So good morning, everyone. I think despite the awful traffic and everybody being in a bit of a chaos on Tuesday morning in Brussels, we've been blessed with good weather. So I think it's time for us to kick off. My name is Tanya Lokot. I am the project coordinator for MEDIATIZED EU, which is a Horizon 2020 funded project that is now coming to the end of its fourth and final year. And we are here today for our final capstone conference, which I'll say a little bit more about in a second. But first, I'd like to thank everybody who is joining us here at Press Club Brussels in person, and also to everyone who is watching us online. You're all very welcome. So today we are here to really look at all of the work that people who are part of our large project consortium have done over the past 4 years. But essentially we are here to also talk about the role that mediatized discourses about Europeanization play in how our perceptions of Europe have been shaped, how the political and media elites debate and discuss the ideas of Europe and European integration, and how the public reacts to and interprets those discussions. So these are all themes which our 7 project partner teams have been researching over the past 4 years, and this is why our project is called Mediatized Discourses on Europeanization and Their Representations in Public Perceptions. And this is part of the really important work that the European Commission and its Horizon program has been funding, among other many important topics such as research on disinformation, research on information suppression, but also research on what role the media and the political debates that are platformed by the media play in how our ideas about the European Union, the European project, and European integration have changed. And of course, not just how these ideas have changed, but also how sometimes these ideas are undermined by rogue actors and what we can do about it. So our capstone conference, which is titled Mediatized Discourses on Europeanization, A Changing Landscape, will take some time today to take stock of all the research our teams have done. And there is really a lot for us to dig into. So we'll talk about the research we've done through media analysis, where we did longitudinal collection of data from European media. We've also done dozens and dozens of interviews with political and media elites across our 7 countries. And we've also done public opinion surveys asking the public in our 7 countries a wide range of questions. Our project is particularly interesting because it brings together 7 countries, 6 of which are EU members, Ireland, Belgium, Hungary, Estonia, Spain, and Portugal, and also Georgia, which is a non-EU country but is very much part of those countries which aspire to join the EU and become an EU member. So there is a wide range of evidence that we'll be discussing with you today and presenting to you. And in particular, I would really like to thank all of our research teams from whom you will hear today. So our agenda for today is as follows. We're going to start with some opening remarks, which I've already started, and I will introduce the next speaker, who represents the European Commission Research Executive Agency, who is our project officer, who will say a few words to kick us off. And then we will hear from our keynote speaker, who I will introduce shortly, who will set the tone for how we are discussing Europe and the role of the media and political elites in shaping our ideas about Europe and Europe's future. Then we will hear from our research work package lead, who will talk about the theoretical framework of the project, the kind of underlying logic of everything that we've been doing over the past 4 years. And then in 2 panels, we'll hear from all of our research teams who will take us through the main findings from each country. And we'll end today with a roundtable where we'll discuss also our policy recommendations for European policymakers, which have again stemmed from our research findings. So I thank you again for joining us, and it's my pleasure now to hand over to Mr. Jarko Siren, who is the project advisor for the European Commission Research Executive Agency, who will say a few words to kick us off about how this project came to be, why is it important to research European integration and media representations.
Thank you, Tanya. Maybe make this better. So, as Tanya said, my name is Jarkko Siren. I work as a project officer in the European Commission Research Executive Agency, and MEDIATIZED EU and also its sister projects from the same core are under my protection. Because our task is to monitor the project, but I also like to do as much as I can to help them to tackle all the problems. And I work with a colleague from DG Research and Innovation, Paco de la Torre, who is following the policies related to these projects. And he should have been here, but unfortunately he was not able to come. But very kindly, he prepared some words that relate to policies that are relevant for the project, and I think this is what the project team also wanted to have. So it's a great pleasure to be here today, and as the project enters its last months, to be part of this conference. And many thanks to Tanya and all the project members for giving me this opportunity to address the audience today. So MEDIATIZED EU is one of the last still ongoing research projects funded by the previous EU framework program for research and innovation, Horizon 2020. It was selected for funding under a call in 2020 addressing the topic of evolving European media landscapes and Europeanization. So let's look at the starting point of this research adventure. The text of the call that was prepared in the Commission stated that the role of contemporary media in fostering processes of political and cultural Europeanization through reshaping towards European political and cultural representations and identities needs to be better understood. So this was from the call text. And it also suggested some of the questions that future research should be looking at. How are major transformations in the media landscape affecting the evolution of European political and cultural space? Do processes of Europeanization and localization contradict or complement each other? How are media representations of major European political and cultural issues like refugees, migration, religions, common history, geopolitical and economic crisis, terrorism, sport, elections, etc., affected by new modes of production, consumption, and by new trends of ownership and control over media content? How have global and European media landscape impacted on specifically European political and cultural markers, symbols and identity elements, and on perceptions and attitudes towards Europe? To what extent does the European media landscape foster or hamper the European project and societal cohesion? So this one was the call text, 2020. So after this time travel, we will hear from different representatives of the project about their research journey and their main findings and recommendations. But what I can tell you from my side is that the questions posed back then are still pertinent today, and that in a certain way, Horizon 2020 anticipated the political salience that issues around democracy and governance were going to have under the political and institutional cycle 2019-24 that we have just closed. Indeed, enhancing European democracy has been a top political priority in the mandate of the first von der Leyen Commission. The European Democracy Action Plan has guided Commission efforts to protect free and fair elections, to enhance media freedom and media pluralism, and to counter disinformation and foreign information manipulation and interference. the Defense of Democracy package, adopted in December last year, allowed a stock-taking exercise of the European Democracy Action Plan, adding also to the toolbox a proposal to set up common transparency and accountability standards for interest representation activities in order to protect the EU decision-making process from undue influence from third countries. Underpinning those efforts, the Commission also worked to reinforce the civic space for engagement and participation of citizens and civil society organizations in policy-making processes. Democracy is not only about what happens at election times. The Conference on the Future of Europe and the citizens' panels that were put in practice as a follow-up are examples of this. Together with different legislative tracks, the Commission mobilizes dedicated funding from different EU funding programs, and among those, Horizon Europe, the successor funding program to Horizon 2020, covering the period 2021-27. It is the first time that the legal basis of the Research and Innovation Framework Program gives such visibility to research on democracy, with a specific intervention area to support innovative research on democracy and governance under Cluster 2, Culture, Creativity and Inclusive Society. It aims to strengthen European democratic values, including rule of law and fundamental rights, safeguarding our cultural heritage and promoting socio-economic transformations that contribute to inclusion and growth. Under the period 21-24, 4 published and closed calls will allow funding over 100 projects. More than 70 are already ongoing, with some 300 million euros of funding. The funded projects are exploring, for instance, the future of democracy, crisis governance in turbulent times, the way new media and technologies like AI are fostering our threatening democracy, the impact of inequalities on democracy, or drivers of political extremism and hate speech. They are developing methods on how to counter foreign information manipulation and interference, testing innovative forms of democratic governance, for instance via deliberative and participatory approaches, scenario development for new social contracts and other topics. The new political and institutional cycle of the EU, opened by the European elections of last June, is still under shape, and everything is for the moment excitement and expectation in the Brussels bubble. But we can already say that democracy, its protection and promotion will, in a way or another, remain high on the political agenda. Mid-July, President von der Leyen presented her political guidelines for 24-29 in front of the new European Parliament, and the protection of democracy featured prominently in her speech. She stated, and I quote from her speech, that democracy is our common treasure, the forum in which our differences and disagreements can be voiced, and it is as vital as it is fragile. She acknowledged that how for a very long time we took it for granted, becoming democrats of comfort. But she went to say, today our democracies are under threat, recalling that for more than 2 years Russia has relentlessly waging war on European soil in Ukraine, and that our services and journalists have been uncovering cases of spying, cyber attacks, corruption and disinformation by foreign actors, in particular the Russians and Chinese, have been uncovered by our services and journalists. And it was in that context that she announced that the Commission will propose a European democracy shield. And this because the EU needs its own dedicated structure for countering foreign information manipulation and interference, which will pool all expertise and link up and coordinate with existing national agencies. And she expressed her confidence that she could count on the Parliament's support to realize this major plan to defend European democracy. Before her, already end of June, the European Council had agreed on the strategic agenda for 24-29, which sets the EU's priorities and its strategic orientations. One of the 3 pillars identified in this programmatic document is a free and democratic Europe. Our political leaders solemnly declared, "Our values are our strength. We will protect and promote our founding values, respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, and the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities, which remain the cornerstone of our union." So yes, we are lurching from crisis to crisis for democracy, from a war of aggression on our eastern border, the rise of populists and autocrats, the erosion of trust in governance, to misinformation and threats from emerging technology. And yes, our democracies are under threat. We know it, and we cannot be complacent about it. We cannot be complacent, but we are also not powerless in the face of threats to democracy. This is where research and innovation come in. We can harness the EU's innovative power to revitalize European democracies. And this is what Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, with projects like MEDIATIZED EU, are trying to do. There is a mighty effort ongoing in research and innovation, but we know that research needs time, while policymakers need quick solutions. I believe that research does have real solutions for democracy, but these solutions need to be implementable. We need deeper and more effective collaborations between existing actors for all aspects of protecting and nurturing democracy. We need researchers and policymakers to speak, if not the same, at least similar language, allowing understanding. They need to understand each other more, and they need to meet more often. Policymakers' real constraints need to be integrated into policy briefs and recommendations stemming from research so that they can be seen as actionable by policymakers. No doubt, the present event is very welcome in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jarkko. And I think this sets the scene really well for what you're going to hear later today. It's actually quite nice that, you know, when you start a big research project, you kind of wonder, well, 4 years later, is it still going to be relevant? And it's still, you know, it's a delight, although for maybe some of the wrong reasons, to see that, yes, it is still very relevant, and perhaps more relevant than when it was originally funded in 2020. So to go back to this idea of evolving European media and political landscapes and threats to Europeanization, I think this segues really nicely into our opening keynote, which you will hear in just a second. And it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. Professor Donnacha Ó Beacháin is Professor of Politics in the School of Law and Government at Dublin City University in Ireland, where he lectures on post-Soviet politics, unrecognized states, Irish studies, and European and foreign policy. Professor Ó Beacháin has twice been awarded the accolade Champion of European Research by Ireland's National Support Network for FP7 and Horizon 2020 in award ceremonies hosted by the Irish President, Michael D. Higgins. Donnacha has conducted research in all 15 recognized former Soviet UN member states and in each of the protracted conflict zones. Professor Ó Beacháin has been a core member of or principal investigator in several multi-million euro EU-funded projects, including Shadow. He is also currently a core team member of a 1 million research project devoted to the dynamics of de facto state patron-client relations, which is funded by the Research Council of Norway. And his monograph, From Partition to Brexit, the Irish Government in Northern Ireland, from Manchester University Press, was the 2019 recipient of the Political Studies Association of Ireland Brian Farrell Prize for Book of the Year. So Donnacha comes highly recommended, and I would like to invite him up to get us going and to take us back to some of the more recent history of how the ideas of Europe and European project have changed and how they've been threatened and continue to be threatened.
No, thanks, Tanya, for that very comprehensive and flattering introduction, and congratulations to you in bringing this project to its fruition. And it's a great honor to be invited to address you all at this capstone event, bringing a lot of very interesting research to our attention. I'm certainly looking forward to the presentations that will follow. As you will see, I was asked to speak very generally about the topic of the challenges of disinformation in particular to the European project. And what I'll do in the brief time available to me is just simply outline what the challenge is, what disinformation is all about, and then hone in on two particular examples, which I'm quite familiar with. One is Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and give some concrete examples of disinformation and how important the long-term implications of that disinformation can be. And secondly, Brexit, which of course is something which has been really the greatest challenge, I think, to the European Union in recent times. And certainly Ireland, as the only country which shared a border with the United Kingdom, was particularly affected. So and this is not moving, which is not a good sign. I don't know why. Oh, there, it did move. So just to start by saying that, you know, disinformation, it's a relatively new term, but it's a very old practice, and it's been around for most of recorded history. Indeed, those of you familiar with the fabled story of the Trojan horse will know that when it comes to conflict, disinformation is at the heart of it. And I just have some quotes there from, for example, Irish satirist Jonathan Swift in the 17th century: "Falsehood flies and truth comes limping after it." And there's even a better one known there: "A lie is halfway around the world before the truth has got its boots on." But so it's been around for a long time. But what the internet and social media have done is they have enabled a disinformation revolution. And disinformation is an integral part of Russia's war on Ukraine, and it's part of the arsenal which Russia uses, and it's a very wide arsenal. Of course, it includes things like energy dependence, cyber warfare, passportization, annexation, espionage. But disinformation is also there at the heart of it. And there we go. The virtues of disinformation, if you're the purveyor of it, is that it's relatively low cost, and there's low retaliation, because in democracies, of course, freedom of speech means that we get a lot of views out there, and we have a lot of platforms where people can spread information quickly. And disinformation is very effective in terms of its reach and its impact, and it can potentially have long-term results, as we've seen with results like the referendum on Brexit in the United Kingdom, the Trump electoral victory in America, of course, which again we're facing into another scenario where that might be repeated. But the seeds of those events, dramatic as they were planted much earlier, and the disinformation was spread much earlier, as I'll be illustrating shortly. And Russia has proved very adept at identifying targets, both political and social, in countries to achieve its goals. And those goals include things like the polarization of society, the undermining of trust in governance and traditional media. And elections, as was pointed out, provide an excellent opportunity for extreme narratives to be promoted and amplified. And what you find is that sometimes the same narratives appear in different countries, which mild adaptations, but they're honing in around a common theme. One common one, of course, is anti-immigration narratives. That was at the heart, of course, of Brexit. But you also see Russia using the weaponization of migration as well in recent times. And then, for example, when Finland and Sweden decided to join NATO, of course, there was quite a long wait before they were able to actually join, and huge efforts were made to portray it as some kind of kowtowing to NATO and the US, rather than a rational decision by sovereign democracies based on an appraisal of the likelihood of Russian aggression. And one of the big challenges regarding disinformation is that it's extremely difficult to establish the source. So many proxies that it's very difficult to identify the original source, something that's known as information laundering. So a story might be inspired by Russia, but by the time it gets to the reader, it's gone through so many different proxies. And it's often disseminated by domestic proxies, which would be trusted by the reader. They may be inspired by, I don't know, an anti-Western narrative, an anti-liberal narrative, anti-capitalist, anti-vax, of course, which was very strong during COVID, anti-minorities or LGBT, or those promoting family values. So that may be the source that the person gets it from, but the origins is something entirely different. But it has the collective result of trying to degrade trust in democracy and its institutions. And of course, we now have the additional challenges of artificial intelligence and deep fake technology, and that's only beginning, and it's going to become very, very big. So a few examples relating to Russian disinformation narratives. I start with a quote from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, from an article that he composed, or well, it was written for him, it was published in his name in 2022. It was published in several African newspapers on the same day, and just as he was embarking on a tour of Africa. And in the article he says, "Our country has not stained itself with the bloody crimes of colonialism." And this is, of course, remarkable to anybody who knows Russian history well. It's essentially portraying Russia as a victim of colonialism, a victim of imperialism, rather than a purveyor of it. And then, of course, he goes on to say that, you know, Russia has always sincerely supported Africans in their struggle for liberation from colonial oppression. The underlying message there, of course, is that Russia is not aggressive. Others are aggressive, other European powers, the United States, but not Russia. And that has a particular currency in some countries, as again, those that are further away from Russia. I mean, as you know, as you probably know, I mean, Russia started out at the end of the 15th century being about the size of Albania, and then by the end of the 19th century was 23 million square kilometers. You don't do that without expanding. Actually, the rate of expansion was about 80 kilometers every day during that 400 or 500 year period. That's how rapid and comprehensive that expansion was. But it's amazing how far that narrative goes in Africa. I've appeared on South African television a couple of times, and I'm always remarkable about how that narrative sticks in the kind of the questions that you get about borders being arbitrary and things like that, more or less echoing in a softer way particular Kremlin narratives. And also, by the way, just the notion that Russia was supporting Africans. Those of you that are familiar with the Soviet archives will know that after World War II, as late as that, Stalin was pushing for Abyssinia, Ethiopia. He was pushing for Libya, trying to get Molotov to get the Allies to hand over former Italian territories. They didn't get it simply because the whole mood post-World War II was towards decolonization. But as late as that, Russia was looking for its belated place in the sun in Africa. But as I said, the underlying message is Russia's not aggressive, and that plays out in a number of media outlets. So here you have one, I just picked from the right and from the left. So Spike would be considered quite right-wing in the United Kingdom. The myth of Russian aggression. This was published about 2 or 3 months before the invasion. No, Russia is not going or is not preparing to invade Ukraine. On the other side there, you see George Galloway, who would be considered on the left, on the far left of British politics, appears on Russia Today, and he's saying 1 week before the invasion, you all said Russia was about to invade. I told you it wasn't. You were wrong. I was right. Show some bloody humility. He hasn't shown any bloody humility since that event. And there you have in the middle, they're echoing essentially what the Russian MFA position is, and this is again just 1 week or 2 weeks before the invasion. Russian MFA, Russia won't invade Ukraine, blames Ukraine for aggressive plans. Indeed, I was on a program just again on Irish television a week before the invasion with the Russian ambassador to Ireland, and he said it was insane to suggest, that was the word he used, insane to suggest that they were planning to invade Ukraine. And of course, then when they did invade Ukraine, you just simply change what you mean by invasion. So here is Sergei Lavrov right after the invasion on the BBC, and he's saying, we did not invade Ukraine. Why, of course? Well, it's a liberation. Sure, liberation's not an invasion. And there's no war there. Well, of course there's not a war, because we don't call it a war, we call it a special military operation. So that's how you get yourself out of that particular conundrum. If you're denying you're going to invade a week beforehand, you just simply say, well, we didn't invade, as it turned out. Example number 2 of disinformation in terms of Russia's invasion is establishing a cause for war, a justification of war, a pretext. You won't be surprised to know that, again, throughout human history, disinformation is at the heart of creating a pretext for wars and particularly unjust ones, and there's a few examples there, and that's just an image that you might wonder. By the way, we don't see President Zelensky wearing a suit anymore. That's because that goes back to the Euro Championship final when Ukrainians were playing in the Euro contest, the football contest. That was the original, of course, on the right, but that was what you saw circulating on the internet on the left. So this notion that Ukraine was a Nazi state, had to be denazified, that links into a much more deeply embedded Russian narrative, is that Russia is a liberating state, that it liberated Europe after World War II. Of course, you only have to ask the Estonians or the Latvians or the Poles what that liberation was like. To them, it seemed like occupation, but it's deeply embedded. It's a core part of that disinformation narrative that Russia is a liberator. And of course, then it goes to another theme of the genocide of Russians, delegitimizing the Ukrainian government. So every government in 2014, despite the elections which have been demonstrated to be free and fair by international observers, they're all down to the Kyiv regime. Poroshenko was illegitimate. President Zelensky is illegitimate, and of course, you actually find today this narrative going around now because, as you know, Ukraine is not able to hold elections right now because of the war. By the way, that's not unusual. The United Kingdom under Churchill didn't hold elections either, simply because you can't. And of course, United Kingdom was never actually physically invaded during World War II. They were bombed, but not invaded. But the same people who have a soft spot for Vladimir Putin's government and don't question its democratic credentials, hard as that is to do, will argue that the Ukrainian government is even more illegitimate now because they haven't been able to hold elections this year, which they would have been constitutionally due had this war not taken place. The other one you see, of course, is NATO and EU expansion. That this is not the sovereign decisions of small countries. Most members of the EU are about, little more than the size of Ireland, and many of them are much smaller. I mean, Estonia, Latvia, of course, Lithuania, Slovakia, all small countries. They made rational decisions based on their, appraisal of the threats to join. But it's presented as this kind of master plan of expanding, and aggressively towards Russia, and that gets a hearing in many Western outlets, and perhaps from sources that might surprise people. I'm always amazed by how much currency Boris Johnson has east of a certain line. Worth remembering that's from 2016, at the time of the Brexit referendum. Boris blames EU for war in Ukraine. That was, of course, after the first invasion in 2014, and he was more or less arguing Putin's been arguing, that essentially the war was because of expansionism on behalf of the EU. It made Russia feel insecure. That's why they invaded. But he was, of course, aiming his fire at the EU. But, of course, Ukraine was collateral damage in that particular narrative. And this is from the very recent election. Nigel Farage, also an ardent Brexiteer, arguing that the West provoked Russia's invasion of Ukraine with the EU and NATO expansions. And you see how the EU is placed there with NATO, because sometimes we only hear about NATO expansion, but the EU is also considered to have no place east of a certain line, because these countries don't have agency. They're there to be condemned in this kind of perpetual grey zone, this kind of legal limbo, to be kind of Russia's plaything. The third example is disinformation aimed at undermining support for Ukraine. Here's a very recent example which circulated on the internet. Zelensky purchasing for about £20 million King Charles's Highgrove house. There was no truth behind it, but it was published by a relatively unknown source in Britain, but it was considered substantial enough for the Russian embassy in South Africa to again disseminate in that global south. You're being told that there's a just cause to be fought in Ukraine, but these people are just pocketing money. And all that money that the West is raising to help poor Ukraine is actually going into the pockets of the Zelenskys. And that's a narrative, as I said, as you can see, not often does the embassy themselves come out. They like to just let it float out there. They said, inspire it. They help disseminate it, but sometimes they actually put it on their own feeds as well, but only after it's been circulating for some time. Another one as well, which was very interesting, was Olena Zelenska apparently going on a shopping spree when her husband was begging the United Nations for more help for Ukraine, for more aid, and of course meeting leaders in the United States. Apparently his wife was spending 1.1 million on jewelry. This was a very interesting story if you look at how it originated, because it essentially starts in Burkina Faso, in the Francophone media. And you have essentially somebody who's presenting themselves. You can just barely see her there on the right, the woman there. She's presenting herself as somebody who's working at this jewelry store, and that she was there when Olena Zelenska came in, and she was very insulting. She said, "I don't need your advice. I know what I want." And then she went ahead and complained to the manager about her, so she lost her job. But in the meantime, she spent this 1.1 million, and I have a receipt to prove it. By the way, she momentarily holds up a receipt, which you can't barely see, but it turns out to be on the wrong date, because actually Olena Zelenska was in Canada the time that the receipt is dated on the thing. But in any case, this was just an Instagram account which emerged from nowhere. It was then picked up, as I said, in Burkina Faso. Shortly afterwards, then, it's picked up in the Anglophone media, but in Nigeria. But Nigeria is English-speaking, so then it's reaching out to a wider audience, and it's also in a periodical called The Nation. And The Nation shares the name of a very well-known US periodical. So people, of course, make the mistake of thinking, The Nation has now accused them of endemic corruption and whatnot. And actually, if you explore it further, as of course people did, this wasn't even a real news story, it was a sponsored post. And this is something that authoritarian regimes actually do a lot, and their proxies. I even see it in Ireland, where the Chinese embassy in Ireland will take out a supplement in the Irish Times, the most respected newspaper. It'll be a 4-page supplement. It'll be all full of glowing articles. And it won't be clear at all, except in maybe tiny writing at the very bottom corner, that this is an advertisement. But it'll be presented as news stories, and they'll have journalist names, people you haven't heard of, but they'll be writing stories about how good China is. So this was an example of that. It was just a planted story, but it was enough for it then to be picked up by influencers on Twitter. And there you see one there, it's been tweeted almost 750,000 times, and he's saying, breaking, Olena Zelenska spends 1.1 million on jewelry in New York. At least she spends the money in the US. And again, somebody pointing out that here she is spending US taxpayers' money, not as it was intended to be. And these again are quite influential. This Tara Reid, by the way, is a former US Senate staffer who's now living in Russia. I'm just trying to move this along. And then finally, it's picked up in the I wouldn't say mainstream US media, it's picked up in the US, something called, it sounds again very authoritative, DC Weekly. It turns out, again, it's just, how would you call it, a shell website which kind of generates fake stories, which are often AI generated, and it's run by apparently a US police officer, former US police officer, who's now in Russia as well. But they run with the story, this DC Weekly, and that allows the Russian embassy in the UK finally to come up with their tweet, where again they're saying to the UK, is this how you want your money spent in Ukraine? So it's all about planting the seed of doubt. And of course, many people who will see that tweet won't actually read the debunking of it. So it'll just stay in their mind. And this is, of course, just one of many examples, zillions of examples, which have this corrosive effect on people saying, yeah, there's something dodgy about those people. I saw stories. That's kind of what lingers in people's minds, because people don't have, we have here today like experts who have spent their lives and their careers focusing on disinformation. It's not aimed at people like that. It's aimed at the common person who has very little time to scroll through their newsfeed every day. So the aims of Russian disinformation about the invasion, one is delegitimizing Ukrainians and their supporters. Another is fostering divisions among allies of Ukraine and undermining social cohesion within Ukraine, justifying Russian imperialism by presenting the invasion as defensive. That's back to that expansionism narrative. Shaping pro-Kremlin and anti-Ukrainian narratives in the global south. And again, you only have to look at UN voting records to see how influential that is. Even after the first invasion in 2014, it was very noticeable the lack of support that Ukraine got south of the equator. Creating confusion, questioning war crimes. I remember people saying, they're not real bodies, or they disseminate footage from other wars, which were actually fake ones, but they now apply them to Ukraine. All that was there at the beginning as well. And finally, undermining Western institutions, those Western institutions best positioned and most inclined to help Ukraine, such as NATO and the EU. And finally, I want to move on to my second example, Brexit. As I said, this is a pretty fundamental one. We're here in Brussels. It had a serious effect for the UK and for the EU, and it's part of a project really to, Brexiteers and people who are promoting this narrative and the disinformation behind it see this as a first step to the dismantling of the EU. This is not an end. Brexit was never an end in itself. It's a means to an end. And of course, you only have to ask yourself, why would the EU be a target for countries like Russia or China? Because it's one of the few potential counterweights to their own influence. It's much easier to pick off Lithuania and Slovakia individually than it is the EU as a collective. And indeed, as you know, the EU was founded as a peace project in Europe and has worked quite successfully in that respect since its foundation. But I just want to, if I can, there we go. So, I mean, just very briefly, I mean, there was not euphoria, but there was a certain contentment when United Kingdom enters the European Union by referendum in 1975. As you see, it's only 30 years after World War II. It's presented as a peace project, the prevention of war. There's the Daily Mail, which is now a very right-wing tabloid and anti-EU, but they're all full of glee there. Europe, here we come. Now, the disinformation, and I was struck by something that Jarkko said there about democracy not only being at election time, that it's something that is there all the time in a way. I mean, it's same with disinformation. Disinformation doesn't occur only at election time. It's most effective when you've already planted the seeds a long time in advance. So in terms of the narratives that led to Brexit, Islamophobia was a core one, and I just have there's a collage there of different newspaper headlines. These are all real headlines, and these are all, by the way, the best-selling periodicals in the UK. These are not marginal. These are the ones that most people read. Then you have anti-migrant sentiment. Again, some really outlandish headlines. You can just say, I just leave it there for a moment. Keep out, Britain is full up. Immigration, what a mess. How much more can we take? The promotion of an anti-EU narrative. That was, of course, a core one. EU plot to scrap Britain. That's a rather interesting one to have on the front page. EU wants control of your pension. Hooray, 20 reasons to cheer leaving the EU. That was actually before they left, but one of them, you see the banana there because one of the many myths that circulated in the UK is that the EU wanted to ban bendy bananas, that they wanted everything to be straighter. And I know that sounds bizarre, but that was widely believed. And some other examples there, they wanted to change the Bombay mix, which is a very popular mix food in Britain, to Mumbai mix, which of course was completely untrue. They wanted to change Persian rugs to Iranian rugs. There was a whole range of things that the EU was going to change against the will of the British people. There was no foundation to this, but they were printed and widely circulated. And then you have the referendum itself. And one of the core ones that everybody, I think, will remember that was following it was this notion that the United Kingdom sends £350 million to the EU every week, and that could be spent on building hospitals and on the NHS. Well, firstly, the £350 million figure was not accurate. Of course, that was what what Britain gave, but didn't count at all what Britain got back, because there's always a quid pro quo. And of course, the money was never. Now we're 8 years into Brexit. The money has never been spent on the NHS. That used to be given to the EU, and of course, there's all the other costs involved as well. But it was a core. It was on the back of a of a bus. But the real key slogan there, you can just see it behind Boris Johnson, is "Let's take back control." That the EU is some kind of almost colonial expansionist project which has denied independence to innocent Britain, and rather than a freely engaged contract that was entered into voluntarily, and they can take back control of their money and their borders. There's Nigel Farage, of course, who with Boris Johnson was the other influential figure. You notice there, by the way, from that was a very influential poster that was used. But what's interesting there is, look, they're all male. They're all, dark-skinned. It's kind of this image that this is what migration means. We don't want these people, and they're young, and they're kind of threatening, maybe. Fitting this narrative. We must break free of the EU. You can see what it has there, and take back control of our borders. And then some absolute lies that were thrown in there, but they were circulating on Facebook and whatnot. Most of these are taken from Facebook. Turkey has a population of 76 million. Turkey is joining the EU. Good idea. Again, and that feeds in to the Islamophobic, of course, aspect, because of course Turkey, it's emphasized, is Muslim. Breaking news, the EU will open membership talks with Turkey on June 30th. That was 1 week after the referendum. Absolutely untrue. Of course, June 30th has come and gone. In 2016, Turkey hasn't been invited to join, but that was circulating during the referendum. Just moving on here. Yeah, Albania, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Turkey are joining the EU. Again, none of them have joined. Many of them would like to join, but none of them have, but that was circulating. And then this wonderful narrative, get Britain out of the EU, Independence Day. I always found it completely ironic how, when you consider how large the British Empire used to be, colonized about a quarter of the globe, this notion that the EU was itself colonized that Britain was colonized by the EU, that it had no longer its independence. This was kind of a key part of the disinformation narrative, that Britain was almost against its will in the EU. And it was never defined. This is the wonderful thing about disinformation. So it was just promoting unhappiness. I'm unhappy about migration. I'm unhappy about the EU. I'm unhappy about, Islamic religion. But what does actually Brexit mean? No one defined it in advance. And that's why we had so much problems after Brexit, because it emerged that what it seemed to mean was that we wanted all the rights and privileges of being in the European Union without any of the obligations. And that, of course, meant that there was a never-end. So Brexit, the beauty of Brexit from a disinformation perspective was that it didn't end in 2016. I mean, it created division within the United Kingdom, within the European Union for years afterwards. Because in the early stages, you have this wonderful notion that you see there, and these are all, again, very well-read newspapers, made to EU, give us fair deal or you'll be crushed. She's talking to the EU there. Steel of the new Iron Lady. And notice how she has her feet there on the European Union flag. Quite, anti-other, anti-xenophobic and whatnot. Just trying to move this along. There we go. And then blaming all the things that go wrong in the Brexit negotiations from a British perspective on this, again, master plan to divide and rule Britain. So there you see a front page of The Spectator showing EU leaders kind of trying to, divide up Britain and rule it externally post-Brexit. You see the Irish Prime Minister being blamed. There he is there, Leo Varadkar. He's in the middle article for trying to damage Brexit. And my favourite one is the one there at the end from the Daily Express, which says, Brexit punishment. Brussels is to stop strip UK of banking and medicine agencies. That was simply, UK had left the EU, so it didn't make sense to have the EU medical agency and the EU banking agency in the United Kingdom. They would have to go to another part now of the EU, but that was presented as punishment and stripping Britain of things that it had. So it was a never-ending narrative of victimhood that goes on. So just to conclude, from those two cases, which I very briefly outlined and would have been familiar to some of you, disinformation is having a profound long-term and continuing effect. Because of Brexit, for example, the UK and the EU have changed fundamentally, and disinformation is targeting electorates across the European Union. And half the world, as we know, is going to the polls this year, including many democracies. We're all watching the elections in the USA, in Moldova, in Georgia, all happening in the next couple of months. And irrespective of the outcomes, you still get this takeaway that disinformation is still winning because, disinformation doesn't just mislead, it corrodes trust, it leaves societies vulnerable to manipulation. And in the battles, in terms of Ukraine, the battles of hearts and mind, disinformation is kind of the invisible enemy which turns allies into adversaries. And we've seen how that has progressed over the last 2.5 years. And I'll just finish by saying that the real danger, perhaps, of disinformation, and this has been pointed out by many people in the past, isn't just the lie itself, but it's also the doubt that it sows in the truth. So on that optimistic note, I'll pass the baton back to Tanya. And as I said, congratulations, Tanya, and your team in bringing this to fruition. And I look forward, like everybody else, to listening to the fruits of the research that have been conducted over the last couple of years.
Thank you very much, Donnacha. I think this was a really vivid illustration of, first of all, the absolute breadth of disinformation efforts aimed at the European project and at the values that European member states share, and also those who aspire to be part of the EU. I think it's also testament to how complex this landscape is, right? So a few of the things that Donnacha pointed out in his great presentation is, first of all, the really central role of disinformation, both coming from third states, to damage the EU and its reputation and undermine the work that the EU is doing to promote democracy around the world, and also to the central role of the media in all of this, right, as some of the key spaces and platforms where harmful narratives, divisive rhetoric, and all sorts of these disinformation discourses are being promoted. So the challenge, right, for our project when we were coming up with the idea for MEDIATIZED EU was, how do you design a research framework that takes account of these external threats, but also the internal dynamics in each country, to actually explain, all of the different variables that combine to shape how representations of the EU are created, how they're maintained, how they're debated, but also then how the public perceives Europe and the European project. So for this, I would like to invite our work package research work package lead, Dr. Lia Tsuladze from the Center for Social Sciences in Tbilissi, Georgia, who will take the next 20 to 25 minutes to give us an idea of the theoretical framework and how we designed the very complex and very elaborate research design for the MEDIATIZED EU project, so that you get an idea of all of the different types of data we collected and the logics that we kind of built our research on. Yeah.
Or maybe, yeah, like this. And how can I switch? It doesn't work. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So I will try to be as brief as possible, which means that I present only very small part of our theoretical framework, like the major one. And I will start with our obvious context, because the project is about the MEDIATIZED EU. Our context is, of course, the mediatization of politics, which is defined, and I'm quoting now the authors defining this concept, a long-term process through which the importance of the media and their spillover effects on political processes, institutions, organizations, and actors have increased, unquote. So it's widely recognized that the mediatization of politics has led to the development of media democracy in the recent years in Europe and beyond, in which, according to one of the main researchers, doing critical analysis about the media, the Europeanization discourses, Ruth Waddock, is the state when the individual media-savvy performance of politics seems to become more important than the political process itself. So obviously the mediatization of politics is enacted through the media logic, which is performed through different tools of or discursive strategies, such as, for example, agenda setting, when you offer a particular agenda, priming, making a consideration salient, framing, that is connecting a particular consideration to a political object, and then cueing, instilling a bias. So based on all these strategies, we can say that the media logic is basically performed through different strategies of different discursive strategies, and hence it's very important to scrutinize what Norman Fairclough calls the discursive nature of media power. Therefore, I think, like, yeah, right. Therefore, it's very natural that our main decision was to choose the discourse analytical approach to study different discourses on Europeanization. I don't understand his pointing. Down. The other one. Okay. It's better if I do this way. Okay. So as I said, the discourse analytical approach was chosen as the main approach to study the mediatized discourses on Europeanization. And actually, it's considered to be one of the main approaches to study the mediatization for politics by the scholars working in this field. So here, the first thing naturally will be to define the discourse as we define it for our research. We use rather wide definition of discourse based on Schmidt's and Radaelli's definition as a set of ideas and as an interactive process through which these ideas are disseminated. So now, based on this context, I will try to narrow down the focus of our own project towards our main research aim and objectives. And here, I will introduce three main perspectives in the study of European integration and Europeanization discourses. So these are the three institutionalist perspectives, two developed by Schimmelpfennig and Zedelmeier back in 2002, which is rationalist institutionalism and constructivist or sociological institutionalism, and one last approach added a bit later, 2 years later, by Schmidt and Radaelli, which is discursive institutionalism. Now, to define all these three approaches, rationalist institutionalism is based on this pragmatic framework that focuses on the local actors' assessment of the gains and losses stemming from the Europeanization process, while constructivist or sociological institutionalism is based on value-based or identity framework, which looks basically at the identity cultural factors related to the Europeanization project. And finally, the discursive institutionalism has to do with how policy issues are constructed and interpreted by various actors and how these visions and interpretations shape their preferences. So we have decided to unite all these three perspectives within our research, focusing on the representations of pragmatic and identity considerations in the Europeanization discourses, while focusing on the elite media public triangle. So, within this framework of discourse analytical approach, our main framework as critical discourse analysis, CDA, originating from Michel Foucault's ideas. And his main framework actually is developed in his work on the study of politics and the study of discourse, published back in 1991, in which he talks about a set of rules which in a given period and for the given society define the limits and forms of what he calls the sayable, the conservation, the memory, the reactivation, and finally the appropriation. Now, let's try to contextualize all of this within our mediatized EU framework. What we are focusing on when we are talking about the sayable. In our context, that would focus on what discourses on the EU and Europeanization are dominant, and what pragmatic and identity considerations are highlighted in these discourses, and how they are framed, first of all, by media, which is our main focus of analysis. Now, what about the conservation? It looks at how these discourses on the EU and Europeanization have remained prevalent over time or disappeared from the media, political, and public agenda rhetoric, and how the representation of pragmatic identity factors have been manipulated in these discourses. Next is memory, which looks at which discourses have been recognized as valid and invalid or even foreign, and what is the role of pragmatic and identity considerations in depicting certain discourses as invalid or foreign. When it comes to reactivation, we look at which past discourses have persisted and what transformations they have undergone, especially when representing pragmatic and identity considerations related to the Europeanization project. And finally, appropriation has to do with the particular actors or groups' competition over maintaining the control over particular discourses, especially in representing the pragmatic and identity considerations. So now it's a general framework for analyzing politics and study of discourse, which has been adjusted to a project aim and objectives, right? So in fact, there have been attempts to adjust this framework before. It's not only us doing that. And this was successfully implemented by Waddock and Weiss in their research on in discursive analysis of the European project and European identity. Which actually replicates this Foucauldian five-dimensional model in a bit different form. Waddock and Weiss focus on three main perspectives studying European project and Europeanization, which they call historical, communication, and participation and representation perspectives. Now let's start from the historical perspective, which the authors define as, and I'm quoting them now, what historical Europe concepts underlie the national discourses and how are these concepts and images reproduced in modern fields of discourse such as political, media, or everyday discourses, like in our case, right? Now to connect this historical perspective to the Foucauldian framework, it's obvious that it covers what Foucault labels as the limits and forms of sayable, conservation, and reactivation. Further linking it to our project aim, we inquire what images of the EU are offered by the media and how these media discourses resonate with the political and popular ones. Going further to the communication perspective, the authors, Waddock and Weiss, question, and I'm quoting them again, how are the respective images of Europe transmitted or communicated interculturally and multimodally? And what is the role of elites, media, and public in constructing and transmitting these images? It's obvious that this perspective resonates with what Foucault calls appropriation, focusing on various actors' agency in constructing and maintaining control over dominant discourses. Now, linking this perspective to our project aim, we look at we take this intercultural perspective, obviously with 7 country cases, and multimodal perspective, focusing on 3 major actors' representations of the European project and Europeanization, which is elite, media, and the public. And finally, the participation and representation perspective focuses on the implications of the images of Europe and the EU projected through national discourses on the questions of the political legitimization at the supranational framework. Oh, sorry, I have forgotten to do that, sorry. Yes, so I was talking about the participation and representation perspective that focuses on the implications of the images of Europe and the EU projected through national discourses for the questions of political legitimization at the supranational level. And it's obvious that it resonates with the Foucauldian understanding of memory, focusing on labeling certain discourses or, as valid or invalid for the purpose of their legitimization or delegitimization. Now, linking this perspective to our project aim and objectives, we inquire how the European project and Europeanization are legitimized or delegitimized through the media, elite and public discourses, and hence we have to do with the discursive usage of Europeanization, as sociologists would label it. So, taking this perspective and looking at our research through this context, I will now introduce something is wrong with this. Okay. I will just introduce briefly our research methodology because I think I have only 5 minutes. So based on the context I have just presented, we used a mixed method approach integrating qualitative, quantitative, and deliberative research designs. Our qualitative research actually involved 3 stages, starting from desk research, focusing on the changing media landscapes and their influence on on the Europeanization discourses starting from the Eastern Enlargement period, that is like 2004, for obvious reasons, because we are looking at the Europeanization discourses in the so-called old member states, the ones of Eastern Enlargement and the aspiring ones, and we believe that 2004 would make a proper moment for that. And then the desk research gave us the possibility to focus on the current media discourses based on the context and based on the existing media discourses. We kind of created a framework for the analysis of current media discourses, and focused on the analysis of the most popular and let's say trustworthy media outlets in the target countries. Our media analysis, the main method was like in our media analysis, content and quantitative and qualitative content analysis and critical discourse analysis of the most popular traditional and new media outlets. And finally, there is a kind of intermediary stage between the qualitative and quantitative research methods, which is in-depth interviews with a political and media leads, though integrating Q methodology, which is a quantitative research method and basically used for the analysis of few cases. It's kind of considered a single case analysis, but it's based on correlation and factor analysis. So it's a quantitative research method, but it can be successfully integrated within the qualitative research. And then we moved to pure quantitative research method, which is nationwide representative surveys with representatives with adult population in the 7 target countries. And then we integrated deliberative discussions, providing the opportunity to reflect on the research findings and get an immediate framework from the public. So it's kind of an intermediary stage between the data collection and dissemination. And finally, we developed policy recommendations for the local and EU policymakers, which will be presented like the EU, for EU policymakers. This is the part of our last panel. Here you will see the timing of all the stages already implemented, because we are at the end of our research. We are officially completing the project in December 2024. So the only thing that is left for us is to finalize our edited volume with the 7 case studies. And unfortunately, I do not have time to go into detail because I'm like already like 1 minute left, but I will say that you can see all those deliverables and like all the products of our project-related activities, such as conferences, trainings, podcasts, interviews, blogs, and scholarly publications on our project website, which is MEDIATIZED EU. And here is how the project website looks. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions.
Let's going to kick off our first research findings panel with findings from Georgia, Estonia, and Hungary. And I will give the floor to Dr. Lia Tsuladze from CSS, who will introduce the other participants and herself.
Okay. Thank you once again, and sorry for having to tolerate me the second time. But I will try to be as brief as possible. And we have 20 minutes. After 15 minutes, you can show me, Tanya, that's we can probably take 2 more minutes because there are 3 of us in this panel. And we go in the direction from the east to the west, because this panel will start from the EAP country like Georgia, then go to Estonia and Hungary, and then the next panel will do with the old European countries to use this rhetoric. So yes, our team consists of 5 members. I won't list the names because probably it's not easy for others to grasp their, pronunciation. But you see the team members, and I will present our basically our empirical stages of research. 3 empirical stages: a media analysis, in-depth interviews with political and media elites integrating Q methodology. I won't be able to focus, of course, on in-depth interviews because it's impossible within 20 minutes, but I will talk about Q methodology. And then finally, I will talk about briefly about the main findings of survey, and then conclude with major trends facing Georgia, the major challenges, I would say, at the moment. So I will start with the context. And sorry, this doesn't work very well, but I will try to.
Aim at the projector, not the screen.
Okay. Let's try here. Yes, maybe it's better. Yeah. Okay. So I will try with start with the context, and the main context at the moment in Georgia, those who are familiar with the Georgian reality, is polarization. And it has been underlined that Georgia faces political polarization for a few years, and it has to do with both domestic and foreign policy dynamics. In fact, the influence of political actors on editorial policies translates into the polarized media environment, while the consumption of partisan media encourages the translation of this political polarization into the public domain. CSS has a long experience of studying Europeanization discourses in Georgia. We started the research back in 2014, and based on our, and this is the third wave for us to study the Europeanization discourses. We did that immediately after the country signed the association agreement with the EU, then after Georgia was granted visa liberalization with the EU, and now for the four consequent years we are studying the same discourses. I would say that the main dynamics that we traced within these years, starting from 2014, was that until now, no political actors would dare to openly oppose the European project in Georgia, and that there were quite positive expectations related to Georgia's European integration, mainly in terms of pragmatic expectations such as protection of human rights, economic development, and defense from Russia's imperialistic ambitions. However, within the last few years, which is especially visible since 2023, when the ruling party introduced the so-called foreign agents law and reintroduced it again after its failure in 2023. Now, in April 2024, we witness an obvious, very visible rise of authoritarian rule in Georgia, which is evident not only based on the introduction of foreign agents law, but the accompanying legislative changes and changes to the constitution that have been introduced recently, such as, for example, this foreign agents law was followed by the adoption of another law, which has a very weird title of the law against LGBT propaganda, targeting sexual minorities, but there also were different initiatives such as, for example, the ruling party's abolishment of gender quotas in the parliament. Now, while we are talking, while we were traveling to Brussels, the government has introduced some other additional initiatives. For example, recently it came with the initiative of banning political parties, oppositional parties. And the last one, which is also like the part of the government's political game, is to announce, like declare Orthodox Christianity as state religion, which actually put the government in the very weird position, because the role of church is quite strong. The church is a strong political player in Georgia, and even the church saw that, this unpopular government would probably not do good to the church, especially trying to control the church. So the church politely refused or to take this initiative and said, thank you, of course, but there is no need of declaring Orthodox Christianity as the state religion in Georgia. So from this point, I would directly move to our project, but this is the context, and I needed to tell you a few words about that. And I would say that all these initiatives, of course, draw Georgia farther from the European integration and point to what we call in our recent paper Georgia's de-Europeanization. And I would say that this normative de-Europeanization is also translated or is accompanied by discursive de-Europeanization, which is part of our empirical research, and I will try to show you how Georgia's discursive de-Europeanization works, how it started, and we just started our research at the point when it officially started in Georgia, and we were lucky to trace it. Unlucky to have it, but lucky to trace it. And this discursive de-Europeanization became especially visible after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, when the government, we do not really have government in Georgia, we have the ruling party that owns constitutional majority. That the ruling party refused to join the EU's sanctions against Georgia and started openly accusing the EU for different, let's say, misfortunate things that happen in Georgia right now. So this is the context. We should bear it in mind while looking at our data. Now, what about the data? And here I start with media analysis. And as I said already in the previous presentation, all of us focused on the analysis of the popular media outlets from 6 to 8 within a country. But the selection criteria, of course, the main selection criteria is that we select the most popular and most trustworthy media outlets. But also there was specific criteria depending on the country context, and I would say that in case of Georgia, there were different criteria in case of TV media and print or online media. I say print or online because all the print outlets are now transformed into the online format. So we had 3 TV stations, the public broadcaster, the most popular pro-governmental MEDIATIZED and the most popular pro-oppositional Tavari TV, and then 3 print online media outlets based on another criteria, which is these outlets are not really pro or anti-governmental, but mostly pro-European and anti-European, which often overlaps with pro-Russian versus anti-Russian. We analyzed the most important events in EU-Georgia relations, and as I said, luckily, we started the research in July 2021 when the ruling party withdrew from Charles Michel's document aimed at mediating this political polarization and the resulting political crisis in Georgia. And then we moved through next important stages such as local elections, self-governmental elections, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I would say that Georgia, because of these important events and because Russia's invasion of Ukraine followed in Georgia's applying for EU candidate status, we also added, that was exclusive for Georgia, the final period, we stretched our research for the whole year until June 2022, when Georgia was first time refused candidate status. That is particular research phase only in Georgia. I will talk about the main findings. I will touch upon the main findings, but it won't be represented in the research, in the tables, because I will present the same period as other partners will do. So based on the analysis of 6 media outlets in Georgia, we have identified major, adjacent, and counter discourses on Georgia's Europeanization, resulting in their quantitative and qualitative content analysis and critical discourse analysis. And I should say from the very beginning that all the presented major and adjacent, no, it's here. Adjacent discourses are derived from the rhetoric of 5 media outlets, all the TV channels, because back then the government could not be openly anti-European, as well as pro-European media outlets, and the respective counter-discourses result from the rhetoric of the only anti-European media outlet in our analysis. Now you see the most dominant discourses in all media from July 2021 to March, actually June 2022, but I would say in this case March 2022. And you see the obvious top 3 discourses that are visible here. The first one, the first 2 discourses are those which we call the so-called deviation discourse. The government blames, first of all, the opposition blames, and all other actors, including the European Union, blame the government for the deviation from the European course. And here it's all the discourses cumulatively in all the media outlets in these 9 months, or rather 12 months. So the government deviates from the European course, is voiced in all the media outlets, including the pro-governmental MEDIATIZED, and the pro-governmental TV uses this discourse for the purpose of its refutation, right? While the next most dominant discourse is that the opposition deviates from the European course. This is the government's most dominant discourse in response to the oppositional and European Union critique. And this discourse is exclusively voiced on the pro-governmental MEDIATIZED. And finally, I should say that the deviation discourse from both parties, the government and the opposition, is always followed by the so-called blaming for pro-rationalist discourse, because those who deviate from the European course are at the same considered to be having a pro-rational orientation. So these top 3 discourses are the major discourses voiced in the media outlets, and I would say based on our research till today. So you can say that this picture holds until today. And then you see a number of discourses related to the so-called pragmatic and identity factors related to Georgia's Europeanization. And the most probably important identity factors that have been identified throughout our research starting from 2014 is that I'm like the so-called I'm Georgian and therefore I'm European discourse, looking at Georgia's like the positive outcomes in terms of the effects of European integration on Georgian identity, mostly what they call Georgia's mental Europeanization, while the most popular pragmatic or most important pragmatic factor in terms of gains stemming from Georgia's Europeanization is considered to be the rise of democracy, especially the protection of human rights, and after that, the economic gains of European integration, and finally, the security gains from European integration. And here, you see our major discourses, the adjacent discourses and counter discourses. Of course, I do not have time to go into detail. And I think I have talked for 10 minutes already or more. Yes, good. I just want to underline that you see, as I said, the discourses on the right belong to solely to the only anti-European media outlet in Georgia. But why they are highlighted in red? Because back in the analyzed period, they were the discourses of the anti-European media, and today all those discourses highlighted in red are the mainstream discourses of the ruling party. So the ruling party adopted the discourses, major discourses, appropriated, to use the Foucauldian term, from the anti-European media outlet, and now the discourse on liberal values representing a threat to Georgian identity and Georgia's sovereignty, as well as the EU following double standards, which actually was already voiced in our analyzed period, but not that openly, and now it's openly voiced by the government, and the one on the EU intruding in Georgia's internal affairs is one of the major but the major discourses voiced by the ruling party, and especially used as a means of discursive manipulation before the parliamentary elections of October 26 to sound appealing to the population that they think, because based on all the researches for the last 25 years, the Orthodox Church, Georgian Orthodox Church, is one of the most trusted institutions, which is at the same time very active in disseminating anti-LGBT narratives. So the government tries to sound appealing to this target group, this part of electorate, thinking that disseminating the discourses on how EU imposes moral degradation or homosexual relations on Georgia, how European liberal values threaten Georgian traditional values, would be appealing to the population, right? So now, just to briefly summarize the media analysis finding, as you've seen, the deviation discourse is the most popular discourse among the media, all media outlets in the analyzed period, and even until today. It's always followed by the blaming for pro-Russianist discourse. Actually, no one wants to ally openly with Russia, even if the government does it in the everyday practice, which points to the hegemony of the European project, right, in Georgia. And then it's interesting to look at how pro-governmental actors depict the EU allies pole. It's the ruling party of Georgian Dream, Georgia's Orthodox Church, and Georgian people, versus opposition parties, far-right groups in Russia that occupy an opposite pole, and how the pro-oppositional actors are depicted by EU allies, depict the EU allies pole is opposition parties and Georgian people, while the ruling party of Georgian Dream, Georgian Orthodox Church, far-right groups, and Russia are placed on the opposite pole. And various discursive strategies are used to enact the above-mentioned blame game, such as Goffmanian fabrications, metaphors, and allegories, and the strategies of intertextuality, topoi, or even the politics of fear, which is the most actively observed strategy and introduced by Ruth Wodak back in 2015. Now I would maybe briefly talk about the pragmatic identity considerations related to Georgia's Europeanization as depicted by pro-European and anti-European media outlets. I already noted that the pro-European media outlets mostly have to do with such pragmatic gains as protection of human rights, economic development, and increase of Georgia's security. In terms of identity factors, I also noted that this has to do with rhetoric on Georgia's getting back to the European family, which was a widespread rhetoric among the Eastern enlargement countries back in 2004 or even earlier. As for the anti-European media outlet, this is very interesting because the pragmatic not gains but losses stemming from European integration, according to the anti-European media outlet, is the EU's use of financial leverage to maintain its influence in Georgia. When it comes to identity losses, also a very interesting rhetoric on the EU's violation of human rights of majority of Georgians because it endorses non-heterosexual relations on the population. So as you see, the anti-European media outlet depicts the EU as a threat to both Georgia's identity and the country's sovereignty. And I would say that these tendencies are pretty prevalent since 2014. So we can talk about Georgian governments, ruling parties, their Europeanization and their EU hostile discourses, not that obvious back then, still 2014. Now I will move to Q methodology, which was integrated within the in-depth interviews with political and media elites. So what we've done is that we collected the most important media discourses, and the dominant discourses were translated or transformed to Q statements that were given to the political media elites to sort them on the pre-given Q grid. And they used two criteria for sorting the statements. One was the importance of the statements as perceived by the political media elites, and another one was their agreement or disagreement with the statements. And then based on their choice of the statements, they would provide the rationale for sorting the statements in a particular way, which translated in in-depth interviews with the target group members. And I would say that then this Q methodology resulted in factor analysis using the free online software of CanQ analysis. And in our case, two major factors were revealed. Factor 1, which has the highest, very high eigenvalue of 31 and explained variance of 62%, in which all the opposition parties and propositional media outlet representatives were united, and factor 2, with also an important eigenvalue of 4 and explained variance of 8%, in which the ruling party and sorry, Tanya, I won't manage that. ruling party the ruling party and pro-governmental media outlet representatives were united. So you see that all the ruling party representatives, pro-media outlet representatives go into one factor, while all the others go into another factor. Which points to a very strong political media polarization between the governmental and opposition camps in Georgia. And what is especially noteworthy is that back then, and we conducted interviews from October 2022 until January 2023, we see that even the government's rhetoric, even in that period, tries to be like moderately pro-European, despite the critique that is already visible there. And they try to voice the discourses that the oppositional parties voice, and that would be appealing to the representatives of the European Union. And the only major statement that distinguishes these two factors is the one, the major deviation discourse. The government deviates from the European course. Naturally, those representing factor 1 strongly disagree with it, and those representing factor 2 strongly agree with that. Now, I don't think I really have the time to present the survey analysis, but I will briefly say that what is important here is that the population does recognize the existence of a very strong political and media polarization in Georgia, and thinks that the elites are not really united regarding the EU-related issues, and they should be more united. And you see that a predominant majority thinks so. And what is important in terms of the impact of media on the political polarization and its perception is that the impact of political polarization is even traced through media consumption patterns, with and the correlation analysis shows that those who watch pro-governmental media outlets tend to perceive propositional actors as major disseminators of information, and there is the reverse pattern with pro-oppositional media consumers who tend to perceive governmental actors as major disseminators of disinformation. And I should also say that we can trace the media influence in terms of consumption of pro-governmental versus pro-oppositional media when it comes to the trust in local and EU institutions, because there is a positive correlation between the consumption of pro-governmental media and the satisfaction with how the government deals with EU relations. And on the contrary, there is a negative correlation between the consumption of pro-oppositional media and the satisfaction with governments dealing with EU relations. In this context, it's also important to know that one of the most important factors that also has to do with the level of satisfaction with government's performance in relation to the EU is also liberal versus conservative divide, because those on the conservative pole are more satisfied with how government deals with EU relations than those representing the liberal pole. And it also should be noted, and I think this is very much the trend in other partner countries, that despite everything, despite the government's anti-European rhetoric and all the related disinformation, still Georgian executive and legislative institutions are less trusted by the population compared to the EU institutions. And here, and I will briefly, yes, I will try to. They're also important to trace some attitudes towards Russia, because it's, you know, in Georgia, it's always like black and white, pro-Russian versus pro-European pole. That is important. And the attitudes towards Russia probably will enable us to understand the population dynamics better. And I should say that here, despite the fact that Georgians consider Russia the country's main enemy, and the very recent Caucasus Barometer survey shows that in spring 2024, that almost 70% think so, they still think that Georgia should maintain good relations in terms of pragmatic necessity, but still with Russia. And here we also see the impact on this view by media consumption patterns, right? Impact on this view. Those respondents that trust Georgian government, Georgian parliament, and the Georgian Orthodox Church are more inclined to support good relations with Russia, while those who trust the European Commission, the European Parliament, the opposition, and NGOs tend to less believe that Georgia should have good relations with Russia. And finally, attitudes towards the EU, and I would say, I know, Tanya, sorry, that Georgians have a very positive attitudes towards European integration, and more than 81% believe that Georgia will benefit a lot from Georgia's European integration. However, at the same time, I should underline that there is a very low awareness and knowledge about and the resulting high uncertainty regarding EU-related matters. And I would say that 70% of respondents did not know or knew only one fact related to the EU out of the listed four, which of course aggravates the existing situation and makes it easy for the government to brainwash the population, right? And again, you see the positive correlation between the government use the consumption of the pro-governmental media and which positively correlates with low knowledge, while the consumption of pro-oppositional media positively correlates with higher knowledge on EU-related matters. And now I will go to the main conclusions. Again, I'm sorry for this prolonged discussion, and just say that the main trend probably would be that we do traced a discursive shift in the ruling party's boundaries on of sayable, to use the Foucauldian discourse, because we can say, and I will summarize that in 1 minute, that we can say that since 2014, no major political party in Georgia dared to openly express discursive opposition towards the EU. While this discursive opposition became obvious in the course of our research, and in fact it was July 2021, just the month we started our empirical data, collection of empirical data, when the government started, the ruling party started expressing its defensive, disseminating its defensive discourse towards the EU. Like the EU started first time in July 2021 criticizing government for deviating from the European course, and the response was that no, Georgia is on the track and it still follows the European path. This situation, this defensive discourse, changed into the offensive, openly offensive one after Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the government's refusal to join the EU sanction against Russia. When the first time in its dealing with the EU matters, the ruling party was the discourse on the EU's double standards, which became especially vocal in June 2022, when Georgia was refused the candidate status first time. And then it's interesting how this war party discourse was traced. Back in March 2022, the government used this do you want war? And the war party discourse against its local opponents who criticized Russia. And then this discourse now changed to the global war party discourse in April 2024, when now the government says the EU and US are governed by the global war party that try to provoke revolution in Georgia. But despite this, we should say that still pro-oppositional and pro-governmental camps attack each other using the deviation discourse. No, you deviate from the European course. No, you deviate from the European course, which points to the strategic usage of Europeanization in Georgia and underlines at the same time the hegemony of the European project. I will stop here. Thank you, and sorry for taking so much time. Yes, absolutely. Next is, again, I'm sorry for taking so much time. Next, Holger will talk about the Estonian case. Now we move to the European Union countries. Holger will introduce the Estonian case based on the same empirical stages of research, media analysis, in-depth interviews with political media leads, and then some survey data. And next, the Hungarian case will be introduced. So, yes, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
This one will-
As this one was, okay. Maybe
Does it? Yeah.
it works. Okay, great. Needs this one as well. Okay, my presentation is there. Good afternoon already. I think the time is going fast. And well, I will represent the Estonian team here. I will try to manage it in 20 minutes. I hope I will do it. It's difficult. But well, therefore I will just focus on this main findings on my presentation, so that if there will be the question answer, well, I will happy to extend everything. But yeah, as you see, Estonian team is here. So actually, it's our background. And well, as also Katrin and Barbi and Andres, who took main responsibilities over the different parts of the project, but well, that I will be happy just now to represent what we have done. Of course, the agenda is quite quite traditional, but well, there is a certain, let's say, introduction or a certain focus. I'd like to explain this issue of polarization. Actually, already Lika mentioned on the case of Georgia, but this also will be specific on the case of Estonia. And I know that many colleagues share it. This is because every country has their own particular way on this European project, and well, it's, as you see, this is also representing this global trend here, and on certain ways it affects many of us, at least, if not all. And but afterwards I will continue, so it's representing the results or findings on the media analysis, elite interviews, and population surveys, and some main conclusions, which we might have. Yeah. Okay, I can. So, as I mentioned here, well, I can actually present a very positive story of this, based on mainstream media, the most popular outlet of in Estonia, which gives you probably a very positive expression as Estonia moving towards European Union, but well, already in this first steps we made, we just find out that this is probably not the proper way. It gives a kind of false impressions. Therefore, well, now we identified several alternative communities. I would call them communities because they are based now also on certain identity consideration, which tend to be permanent ones. So you know that Estonia has this Russian-speaking populations. They are ethnic Russians, but also many other nations who are using Russian language as a home language, or even native speaking. We can talk, say, also certain percent of Estonians. And this is also a result of the Soviet occupation. As you see here, well, the composition of the population, it has changed. And well, what is important to notice on the cases of these alternative communities that they also represent a kind of diverge media spaces. They are not using the same media space actually, well, and which might also give totally different results here. And well, I can just mention here this ethnic difference here. Well, it's this Russophone community, Russian-speaking community. Estonia uses just 11% according to our population survey, Estonian media, and also Estonians don't use Russian media. Even, of course, you know, this is banned now as channels from the Russian Federation. They are banned in Estonia, but there is also Russian-speaking media in Estonia right now. And this also makes these conclusions a little bit difficult because this Russian media from Russian Federation, which was quite popular in our this Russian-speaking community, especially TV channels. They had a huge impact, but as they are officially banned since the war started 2022, it is very hard to make these inquiries, so actually to research as their influence. Of course, they have, let's say, these alternative ways, so through internet, through satellites, to use these Russian channels, but we actually can't measure the real impact on that. And well, therefore, actually, well, the Russian-speaking media in Estonia, it doesn't also give the full picture here. We always have to remind as well. And there is a third alternative community. We found during the search that this is a little bit different. Well, it's already, I can show you some data from this media analysis, which also a certain kind of community which lives in different media spaces. These are not even consisting of the traditional media, well, printed media, which influence is very low in Estonia anyway. But they are very active in using the different digitalized options, social media as well. Therefore, their impact is on these understandings or how this consideration have been taken actually quite effective. And what also concerns is Estonian, I would call it ethno-nationalist community, which basically represents, as we all know, the far right community. Even more correct would be conservative fundamentalism, I would say so, because this is outside of this traditional right-left opposition, well, which is going very strongly now on this conservative liberal side right now. And this community was a long time not organized. There were just minor parties with very marginal interests. Even in 2004, when there was a referendum, also there was around 30% which opposed joining European Union. But this is a little bit difficult story. I can't go to the details right now. But well, they are starting, and the similar processes take place all around Europe as a community building. So this is not anymore as a traditional populist protest movement anymore. but this is kind of permanent, like, well, it's very proper here to build parallels even to the United States, called as Trump space, and well, it's a similar process actually take place now all around in Europe and also in Estonia as well. No, this is so. Let's turn to these practical findings now. That's the first step was media analysis. Here I would mention also, I already said that there's a huge impact on internet sources. So it's a traditional media, this is vanishing actually. Well, these are also some outlets say already closed their printed versions and went to internet. This is which very strongly actually represents Estonian case as well, and also the impact of social media, as you see, is the second one, and the printed media is according to the Eurobarometer is just 17%, but well, this is anyway decreasing. So the internet has a power on this opinion building. And well, it is also important to note that in our sampling the effects of elections. Therefore, well, we started it 3 months before the local elections and also afterwards, because media consistency is different between also the influence is different between these periods. So it's elections have actually a huge impact. And I think especially on what concerns these alternative media, also these social media channels and the internet-based media especially, which actually have been very actively used, these alternative communities in this aspect. And well, I will not tell you so much on this research design, which is pretty similar to all of us. But well, our decision is to go in distinction of these outlets, listing them to mainstream alternative. Therefore, actually, the number of these alternative outlets is quite important. So we had these 8 outlets analyzed during the process together. 4 of them, of course, represented these mainstream outlets, and 2 of them were Russian-speaking or Russian language outlets in Estonia, and 2 of them actually represented this ethno-nationalist community, or this far right or conservative, how you like to call it. They have so many names. But I will make the difference here to the mainstream and alternative one. And so certainly the Russophone community, which is quite diverse, it doesn't mean that, well, let's say, certainly represents, let's say, this alternative mindset in totally, but the media consumption is certainly different one. So at this, everything has these too many faces. Yeah. Okay, and this is actually, well, the interesting table. So here all these outlets have been represented. This, well, ERR is Estonian Radio Broadcasting, which is actually the open source state controlled, let's say, and through private outlets, this is Estonian Päevaleht Delfi, which represents the same company, and the Postimees. But in Estonia, actually, this mainstream media is not, let's say, ideological. It is recently Postimees started to hold this more conservative line, but this is mainly based on their headlines, and so the content is still quite diverse. And the Õhtuleht is more, let's say, open for this infotainment issue, if you know. And as I mentioned, Uued Uudised, Objective here actually they have been taken together in this research. And this is also two Russian outlets. One of them actually was a Russian edition of this Delfi portal. And what is difference here? You see, well, if it concerns these alternative media, which is Uued Uudised, which represents this far-right community. This is a totally different picture with these anti-European discourses. And and if we see these mainstream outlets, they will give very positive one. And therefore, this distinction actually would be quite important one. And therefore, as you see also the number of these discourses. Yeah. But I will skip, I think, these tables here. Okay, let's. Just how they actually have an impact on these results. Well, therefore, I have just 5 minutes. Therefore, I will skip, I think, the media analysis. So, well, here we had 12 these main discourses and 2 special discourses. One of them represented this war in Ukraine, the other one the Belarus migration crisis, which was quite influential at the end of 2021. Here I already moved to interviews, which are also, okay, I will. I will go directly to the results, not to waste the time here. What is interesting, because here actually, well, it's we also had this diverse sample. Well, it's by representing different opinions, different parties, different outlets, and somehow the picture they gave us is quite a different one. These are mainstream politicians. They can represent, let's say, these alternative discourses in their responses. And this, what is also important, also represents results of the media analysis. That, well, it's Estonian media sometimes avoids to go in very deeply. There are in several EU issues. Well, I also, it's actually important to remind is to make the different European identity and EU identity. well, in this way, European identity is more, let's say, has more positive outcomes than the EU one, which is quite regarded kind of like the evil empire by these alternative discourses. So it also somehow this also reflects the process of mainstreamization of alternative discourses. We also should remind it. Yes, this is a population survey, but as it takes me so many efforts, I will go to the results quite here. Okay, let's go to conclusions already. But the population survey already also see it confirmed this polarization issue. Even the question on these communities, well, or their, let's say, ideological polarization was given by how they self-identify themselves. There was just a slight advantage on these conservative views. But pretty much, actually, this represents the processes we see all around in Europe, where these alternative discourses, they are becoming quite prominent one. And well, that's what concerns these alternative ones in Estonia. I would call also, as I haven't mentioned yet, these Russian information campaigns. Well, this is even they might represent themselves as anti-Russian in general, but they can use very freely these Russian or discourses, or these conservative discourses, which are also supported by Russia. Therefore, actually, these people, they are not dating these as the Russian discourses, but these are, let's say, representing these true conservative views, which is basically the Estonian far right is more closer to Polish far right than maybe on Ukrainian far right, which is also important. But well, that's very difficult to manage on this time. So for I'm going to conclusions right now on details. Well, yeah, if there will be a questions answer round, I will be happy to present. But well, the representation of these distinctive political identitarian communities, it has been confirmed. This also the support by the majority of society to these pro-European discourses, which is mostly on this pragmatic side. These are well taken, but there's a question on these so-called European values, more on these identitarian questions, where actually these alternative communities can get, let's say, advantage there. And well, this means that actually the Eurosceptic ideas, even there is no parties actually which force Estonia out to the European Union. But yeah, the discourses they represent in their media presentations, they are highly critical actually on that. So that this also takes a quite of controversial statements here. And yeah, well, it's general conclusions here. I can say that the more people are against further European integration. The economic influence from the European Union has been mostly positive, has mostly positive impact. Well, probably the most controversial issue, well, it's from different sides, which actually divides the societies or issues related to the Green Deal, for example, environmental issues. Well, as I mentioned, Estonian media mostly avoided going to deep substance on European issues. And, well, As I said, these different considerations on pragmatic and identitarian narratives, the pragmatic narratives tend to be more positive outcome having, and the identitarian narrative can be easily used by these promoting these Eurosceptic attitudes. And as we know, so these processes are actually ongoing. Therefore, well, it's to make this a very clear statement right now where this polarization will lead us. This is a very hard one. This is just a very short interpretation of the Estonian case. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So I'm George Lengyel, and the co-authors, partly here, are Borbála Gönc, Gabriel Ilonszky, Attila Meleg, and Lia Tsuladze. And we have also other colleagues I want to introduce. I think that the methodological part could be skipped because it was more or less similar in our case than in the previous cases. So those colleagues who participated in the research, among others, are Agnes Urbán, Ákos Bocskor, just to mention the name of Erika Kuruc, Réka Tamási, Navancsó, they significantly contributed to the research. The other thing is that concerning methodology, this is roughly the sixth wave we have done in terms of elite research. We interviewed elites from the late 80s on. The experience is that it was getting more and more difficult to do this research, and it was more or less a miracle that we could do, but it was representative, although a snowball method did represent a 2/3, 1/3 proportion of pro-government and anti-government elites in the political field and media field as well. Now, skipping to the context, what we are witnessing that from 2010 on, an electoral authoritarian system is in the making. We agree upon with this kind of evaluation, which does serve the irremovability of the incumbent elites. For that purpose, fundamental institutional changes happened: new constitution, new media law, new electoral law. These are quite familiar, most of you. The elite consent concerning the very essence, the basic rules and meaning of the system. This elite consent is broken, and there is a growing affective polarization in politics, which is accompanied with a sort of asymmetric polarization in the media. So media and political polarization go parallel, and the dominant pro-government media built a huge conglomerate. Not independently from that, but mostly on the economic field, a clientelist network has been built concerning the domestic economy, and the key role is in government contracts to keeping this clientelist network. The EU in this context is on one hand an external constraint. of these developments. On the other hand, it is also a sort of scapegoat, frequently a point of reference for as a source of problems. And the war is a pretext of keeping mobilizing ideology against the external threats, where the government provides protection against and keeping the governing by decree from 2020 on. In 2022, governing forces won two-third majority dominance in the parliament 4 times, partly due to the disproportional electoral conditions. The leading slogan was that what we need is a strategic calm. The left opposition would lead the country to war, while Fidesz, the governing party, guarantees the peace. Since then, the government at least did not block sanctions against Russia, but at home there was a strong propaganda against them, against these sanctions, with the slogan that we are not the pious losers, we will not pay the price for the war. Now about the content analysis and the discourse analysis, media analysis. There is a nice chart about the results of the content analysis. There are two representative journals. One is the pro-government leading journal, Magyar Nemzet, and the other one, which is government critical, Népszava. The major difference is not concerning EU news and information, that one is more positive than the other. Positive evaluations are the same. The difference is between the two approaches that lies in the negative side, negative terms. The absolute majority of the pro-government media had the red negative evaluations when they deal really with the EU, not as just a marginal topic. On the other hand, the government critical media source, Népszava, had more neutral or balanced information. I won't argue that that this media should be more positive. They should be balanced, and they meet this criteria a bit more than the other side. So there is a polarization, an asymmetric polarization. That's what we found important in this case, which is provided by the media capture on behalf of the government forces with a very strong conglomerate. As to the major media discourses, we did find in a very different macro topics, EU-related macro topics we investigated. The sovereigntist and integrationist discourses. The agenda setting was clearly on the sovereigntist governing side. One such kind of discourse emphasizes that the EU is the guardian of the traditional European values, God, homeland, and family. Hungary performed better during the pandemic, that the EU is under the influence of George Soros' plan concerning the solution of the migration, that the EU, that the gender and LGBTQ propagandists are already infiltrating into the kindergartens, Hungarian kindergartens, that the EU sanctions endanger the energy safety of the Hungarian households. But also there are counter discourses, weaker, but they exist. For example, in the case of migration, the counter discourse refuse to use the migration as a key concept, rather emphasizing the refugee problem, and adding that the EU may help to solve in a humanitarian way the refugee crisis. But also there is criticism concerning the non-transparent way of using EU sources on behalf of the government. That's also a topos which exists, and that positive terms, not very frequently, that mention that the EU may have to guarantee democracy and freedom rights at home. If we skip to the next slide, we can see these two types of sovereignties, where and integrationism, where the sovereignties are the agenda setters, and just quoting from the Prime Minister concerning the traditional values, the guardian of traditional European values argument. Europeans today have no right to their family, to their God, to their country, to their language, to their culture. Or there is this giant poster where there were waves of this kind of way of arguing, that don't let George Soros to have the last laugh concerning the issue of migration, or another one which emphasizes that the so-called bomb poster, which was very misleading and very strong, saying that the EU sanctions ruin the Hungarian households. There is the Hungary performance better concerning the epidemic issue, but not only the epidemic, but economy as well, and returning to the original aims of trade and business. But, and that's about the sovereignist point, there was a silence on the sovereignist side concerning the possibility of the Hungarian exit, Huxit. And that even before the elections, 2022, in the media analysis, we detected a kind of turn from hard skepticism toward a softer version of EU skepticism. And the reason was that the population was very much pro-European in terms of identity, attachment, in terms of appreciating the benefits of EU membership, and in terms of supporting further integration. As to the other main wave of media discourses, the integrationist one, basic characteristic was that they were mostly reactive. They did react on the media discourses by the dominant governing discourses. For example, as to the giant posters are concerned, activists overtaped the original one, changing absolutely the meaning of the original poster. Here, one suggests that not the EU, but the allies of Fidesz, the governing party, which ruin us. Or the other poster suggests or says that you work, they steal. And the background, there is the prime minister and one oligarch, or major client, it's more precise to say that. That's why there is no source for education, for example. An important part of the arguments on the EU is that it does guarantee democratic frames inside Hungary and thus help to guarantee, together with NATO, the international security. Now turning to elite discourses, the Q analysis we carried out. These type of interviews were very interesting and refined the media elite, the media research findings, refined in the way that the two major discourses, integrationism and sovereignties, could be detected, and these proved to be the dominant discourses. Besides of them, two others appeared, a multi-speed and, within the elite, very weak marginal discourse, the Huxit was present. There is a far-right party in the parliament which represents these points. No secret. So it did exist. What was interesting that this far-right party is not only in terminology, but mostly in terminology and words, is very much anti-government, critical towards the government. So within the elite, the Huxit appeared as a government critical approach because they said that these are just too soft for us, these sovereignties arguments. And there was a clear distinction between sovereignties and Huxit within the elite. Now, what we have seen in the public opinion, the public opinion did show, and we can go to the next slide, that as I mentioned, the Hungarian public is still the last year result is very much pro-European. Even checking by Eurobarometer data, we are above the EU average in terms of European attachment, EU attachment, in terms of appreciating, accepting the benefits of the EU. And that's another constraint on the government. They cannot move too far because the population is very much pro-European. There is a smaller part, and the last, if you look at the last column, that's where the vast majority of Hungarians refused Huxit. There is a minority which accepts, and within this minority, and that makes a difference between elite and the population, within this minority who accepts the idea of Huxit, they are pro-government. So they are supporters of the government. Within the elite, they are enemies of the government. When the message went down on the mass level, it became more pro-government type of argument. So that's where sovereigntism and Huxit on the everyday thinking could be interlinked. Okay, skip to the next, to the survey results. There are some basic information about this. Who accept that the EU and the NATO has a positive role in security, international security issues. Sociodemography does not explain too much. On the other hand, cognitive mobilization, that is, if you discuss frequently with your friends and relatives public issues or political issues, it does have a positive effect. Also, generalized trust. If you trust generally more in people, or institutional trust, if you trust more in EU institutions, that does help to support more the idea that NATO and the EU have positive role in guaranteeing international security. And there is another aspect we could investigate. We did investigate several aspects, but let me focus on this. Who supports EU integration? Regression models. Again, the subjective well-being has a positive role in the explanation. Voice potential. Those who are ready to go out to the street and raise their voice against political grievances or economic grievances. That does have a positive role. Generalized trust may have a positive role. And here comes the media effect. Those who rely exclusively on pro-government media, it has a negative role in supporting the further EU integration. And I got the message that time is limited, and before lunch it is very dangerous to be too long. So let me just jump to the concluding remarks. Agenda setting role of the pro-government media and the governing elite still does exist. Asymmetric polarization does exist. And there is a destructive dynamism, at least until the last month. That was the experience. Now the last slide as a postscript about tempora mutandor. There is a new challenger due to economic grievances and the scandal who did well on the EU elections. And another new development this summer, the Prime Minister, the very first time, raised the issue that if we would get an offer on behalf of the US, we might contemplate about leaving the EU. This was a contemplative, descriptive, analytical type of a style of speech, not. And even he mentioned that it is very unlikely that he would get. Nevertheless, the ruling elite started to toy with the idea of leaving the EU. And this is also a new development. The question is whether they can turn, due to this overwhelming media dominance, whether they can turn the public opinion in the next 2 years. Thanks.
My name is Nikos Kastrinos. I live in Brussels. I used to work for the European Commission. And now I'm just somebody who passed outside and saw this very interesting thing. And thank you very much, because it has been very interesting. I couldn't see your results in detail, so I'll just give you my casual impression of what I got. And I'm thinking that there are two sorts of discourses in my mind. There are us discourses and them discourses. And the impression that I got is that the them discourses about the European Union are more than the us discourses. And I'm wondering whether you agree that this is the case, or whether this is just an impression that I formed because I sort of happened to pass by rather than look detailed in your results. And whether this has, if it is true, whether this has anything to do with the design of the study, or whether it has anything to do with the design of the European project.
Should I start? Do you hear me? The thing is that I would say that in the context of these three countries, it's rather complex. It's not that straight, us versus them, like white versus black, right? In case of Georgia, this situation changes on a daily basis. And when we were doing media analysis and even the interviews with elites, it was us, the European Union, the ruling party, and the people versus them, the opposition, whoever, Russia. And it was the same with the opposition, us, the European Union, the opposition, the people, versus them, Russia, whoever, the ruling party. So it's always us with the European Union. That's why I'm saying there is the hegemony of the European project in Georgia. And even with these critical voices with the government, you should see the recent banner for the upcoming parliamentary elections of 26th of October, like in a month and a half. The governmental logo is half of the European Union logo with half of the sun, some kind of, I would say, Masonic logo, but it's still the part of it is still European Union, because they know that this is a hegemonic project and they can never openly, despite their critique, despite their hostile attitude, they cannot openly challenge it, because that would be a political suicide, right? So I would say us, despite the fact that there are lots of normative regulations that are indicative of de-Europeanization on a discursive level, on a performative level, that's why I'm talking about the discursive usage of Europeanization. Us is always allies of the European Union, no matter which actor. Government, opposition, whoever, us is always with European Union. And that's why my conclusion was that despite all this critique, despite all these deviations, and despite the fact that the deviation discourse is the leading one in case of Georgia, it's always us with the European Union. That's why the European project is a hegemonic one in Georgia. So now maybe Estonia will say, yeah.
Yes. Well, in Estonian case, as you see, it was very complicated because we have different polarizations. So one is an ethnic one, and another one is ideological one. And the second one, of course, reflects pretty much the same as we have all around Europe. And well, therefore, even to identifying nowadays who are us and who are them, it is also complicated because in different cases, this result might be also different. Research design, yeah, what they might also offer the diverse results. Of course, the first is a media analysis, the media, how media represents. This is also, it is changing, as I said, a bigger impact of this alternative media is quite objective right now. And well, it's a population survey or interviews with media and political elites. They are different. So the elite interviews, you can get this personal touch, which might represent a kind of personal view, which certainly is different as from this us or them. Well, it might be somewhere in the middle. And population survey, well, of course, this is actually how these outcomes, how they react. But the issue of polarization, this is still outgoing. This is a kind of worrisome. We have to keep in Dutch on that, therefore, well, it's where it ends. I don't know, but this because, well, this is a very ongoing process, and this is a new process, and we are in the middle of the process. Therefore, to offer results is very difficult. Okay.
Okay, just briefly. Yes, this dichotomization of the us and them does exist, especially in mobilizing ideology. And them could be blamed, be the EU or be the opposition. On the other, just to contextualize a bit, in historical context, going back just to the early 90s, the us was slightly different. The us reactivated that we are Europeans and Hungarians, and the two feelings are compatible. So this dichotomization does not always work. On the other hand, there is also a strong Hungarian tradition. How to say that? Don't hurt the Hungarians. That's a slogan frequently quoted, and it could be especially reactivated when, on behalf of the EU, someone wants to punish the ruling elite and hurt the population. It may reactivate feelings which might be exploited by anti-EU sentiments.
There is one more question over there, and maybe from Attila, and we take these two questions together. Yes, please. Yes. You yes. Oh, right.
Correspondence Association. I was wondering, so discourses are discourses, yeah, media discourses, but what's the power of those, you know, in terms of viewers, in terms of channels where they're delivered, those sort of things? And did you, I came in late, sorry, but did you go into the financing of the media, you know, of those channels? Because there's such a variety that it makes such a difference.
Yes, sure. That's what I started. Oh, yes, Attila. Attila, you can add the question.
So the question, yes. And I know it's still in the results are coming, right? So, but I have two questions, relational questions. One is, in all three cases, we have the hegemony of the European project and polarization. What are the links between the two? So how would you reverse the question? Is it the hegemony is explaining polarization, which might be, it's just a historical situation right now, and we are moving from one era to another era. This is actually the killing of the hegemony of making the plurality of Europes, because that's something very important, how you put these things together. And so that's one question. The second is a very empirical question, is that, and we have talked about this, why this so-called LGBTQ propaganda is so crucial, discursively, in all three countries, right? So in all three countries, empirically we can show it and demonstrate that it has a crucial why. Because that, I think, is important, and then we have to translate this. But I just wanted to raise for the discussions during lunch.
We have enough time, but there is another question as well. Let's add this third question. Here. Just a second. Yeah, we're short of time. But
And then no more questions.
So thank you for the presentations. My name is Nazirke and I'm from Kazakhstan. That's why all cases is like kind of close to me, but I guess we have more worse position. But I want to ask, like in our media, we have the discourses, like in anti-Russian discourses about the colonial projects that is super important for us. And I know that it's also common for the media in your countries. But the interesting thing that even like our lefties use and like minorities are supporting discourses, and at the same time they're supporting discourses towards decolonialism, towards EU, and like how it's going in your countries, and how maybe elites are instrumentalizing this, and how this audience find themselves between like two powers, and how they identify themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I don't really know whether we have lots of time to go into details, but I will briefly respond to the first question and try to respond to all of these questions.
And then if we don't have time, we can also discuss further responses over lunch.
Yes, over lunch, but the online audience won't be able to hear that, but unfortunately, yeah, that's the case. So my first point is that, yes, I started with the analysis political polarization that translates into media polarization directly, and I guess that was the case especially in Hungary and also maybe in Estonia at some degree. I was saying that the media outlets that were selected, and especially when it comes to TV, and it's very obvious that this distinct division is between pro-governmental and versus anti-governmental media outlets that directly influence the editorial choices. That's why I was saying that it's partisan media and political polarization, the effective one, which we have in Georgia, directly translates into media polarization, and that also has immediate impact on public views, because we've conducted research, survey analysis. Our fieldwork was in July, August 2023. While the ruling party first voiced the discourses on liberal values representing the threat to the country's sovereignty in May 2023, on the 4th of May, like to be exact. And then we see how these discourses are immediately in 2-3 months already part of the public discourses, because this was the impact on of EU's double standards and the sovereignty issues were the ones that caused the most uncertainty among the population during the survey analysis. And we've seen direct impact of like the reflection of the governmental discourses in the public opinion, despite the fact that the public is highly pro-European and they see lots of benefits from the European project. So yes, unfortunately, despite the fact that the TV media is less and less popular and less and less people trust it, still the discourses to resonate with Donnacha's presentation do resonate with public opinions, and that's one of the scary things, and that's why Georgian policy recommendations have a lot to do with the disinformation and how to challenge these disinformation campaigns. Now, going back to Attila's, or moving to Attila's questions. Yes, the Georgian political and media space is highly polarized. It has been polarized for a few years, obviously, but it was polarized even earlier. But what we see that the European project is one of the main instruments of discursive manipulation that aggravates the existing political and media polarization in Georgia. So I would say that it's instrumentalized by actors on both sides, let's say if we take oppositional and governmental actors, and it's one of the main instruments of polarization in Georgia currently, the European project. And you can trace that directly, like going to and looking at this campaign, pro-governmental and pro-oppositional campaigns, pre-election campaigns, it's obvious even looking at the posters, how the European project is instrumentalized for legitimizing own actions and delegitimizing those of one's own opponents. Why a conservative? I'm trying to respond to another question on, I can respond to all the questions, but yeah, maybe
you can take your points and then we will.
Just also mindful of time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
just to keep the time. I will give just one response for all.
okay, so should I continue very briefly? Why this LGBTQ propaganda? Obviously, because of the impact of Georgian Orthodox Church, which is the most popular institution in Georgia, and because of it's highly it's very strong anti-LGBT narratives, and the population, and actually the government is persuaded, and that's you hear that on on a daily basis in the governmental discourses that the Georgian population is conservative. That is underlined by the government on a daily basis. And that's why they try to sound appealing to this conservative part of the population that they consider majority. That's why they instrumentalize anti-LGBTQ, anti-liberal discourses for their election campaign. And maybe, I mean, this is a very yeah, maybe we discuss it later, okay? Because I want others to, yeah.
Okay. This is certainly a very intriguing question. Well, I will take all these three questions, like to just give one answer for everyone. So first, also the main issue here is the marketing issue, how you market your discourses, so at how you sell them, so at how actually the audience takes them. And actually here, this Estonian Conservative Party is a good example. Maybe they followed the example of perussuomalaiset in Finland as their companions, so at which we joined the government and were domesticated. Therefore, they lost their popularity. Our Conservative Party was as a minor party 2 years in the government, but at the same time, they didn't change these discourses, what they disseminated, so that still to keep this popularity. And they were quite successful. Of course, the government finally failed, but they just were able to consolidate their support for a longer time. They still live on that. And yeah, for sure, well, this is actually this is a conservative stance. They have been probably taken by the society, which is feels themselves quite insecure. Therefore, well, these are selling them to make the marketing is quite successful, I would say. But okay, I will finish.
Yes. To the colleague who asked about the more economic approach of the media analysis we did, one of our colleagues I was mentioning, Agnes Urban, has serious efforts to analyze this aspect, and this sort of dominance, overwhelming dominance of the pro-government media called the Keshma conglomerate. It is an example of that. As to the question of Attila, the second one about the suspicious appearance of the LGBTQ issue in all three countries, I don't think that in Hungary the Georgian Christian Church has very strong influence. I would rather refer back to the keynote speech, and I would suspect that the international security issues and fake news propaganda may have a greater role in the explanation. But let us keep the major issue you raised concerning the hegemony of the EU project and polarization, because it's a very big theoretical issue, and I know that you have a well-developed opinion about that. I don't think that the causal connection leads from hegemony towards polarization. I would rather argue that the other way around. Thanks.
All right. We did well in the time that we had. So we are now going to break for lunch until about 2 p.m. So for the online audience, you are welcome to go and have your lunch, whatever you're having, and come back at 2. We're going to break, and I would like to once again thank our illustrious panel for sharing the first part of the results. Different bunch of countries. The findings will also be of interest to you. So we'll start with Ireland, then proceed to Belgium, Spain, and Portugal. I think that's the order. Portugal and Spain. Okay, well, I'm easy. You don't need to convince me. We also have the benefit of the fact that the first panel has already made you familiar with the research design and with the kinds of data we've collected, so it's going to be easier for us because we don't have to go into as much detail on our data. So I'll kick it off. I'll talk about the Irish context and the Irish findings. So if we could navigate to the Irish slide deck, which you should have. Oh, this is the Irish slide deck. Or the clicker. If oh, there we go. It's coming. Thank you. Weirdly. So a little bit about Ireland, which is a small country on an island all of its own. Well, not all of it, but most of it. Ireland is known as the poster child for EU support. It's always really, really high, high above the EU average in all the Eurobarometer surveys in terms of strong public support for EU. But, you know, there's a paradox because public knowledge of EU affairs is quite limited, and this has been proven in multiple research studies over the years. At the same time, because the media landscape in Ireland is quite plural and quite diverse, there's also low levels of audience political polarization and low political parallelism and partisanship. But at the same time, Ireland is interesting because, you know, because it's part of the Anglophone media sphere, it also means that the Irish public consumes quite high levels of news and media content from the US, UK, Australian media to a smaller extent. So it's a really interesting scenario. And in terms of elite views, the elites in Ireland have mostly taken a pragmatic position on economic reforms and corporate capital concentration, and they've been faced criticism by the EU just today. The European High Court actually reversed the decision in the Ireland Apple tax case, so Apple will now have to pay that 13 billion in tax money, which will have to go into Irish accounts, and therefore benefit Ireland and the EU. But elite support has also consolidated over time, especially after the austerity crisis and after Brexit and after the COVID-19 pandemic. So pro-EU discourses actually increased during the crises, where EU institutions have been seen as championing Ireland's national interest. So the overall narrative is this idea of a mutual benefit relationship, where Ireland, even though it's a small country, states that it's not just that the EU is good for Ireland, but Ireland is also good and very important to the EU. So it's this special relationship. And at the same time, Ireland is quite fine with acknowledging that a lot of EU values are also Irish values, while at the same time also trying to negotiate this idea of a non-aligned neutral state in terms of military alliances, right? And having relied on larger states historically. What this means, I'm going to skip through our media analysis. Obviously, you know, there's all of these things are familiar to you in terms of we tried to analyze the most important TV, press, and online news outlets, but also included a niche Eurosceptic online news outlet. And this shows you that, you know, the Eurosceptic views are not the mainstream in Ireland, but they do exist. And occasionally, especially when it comes to counter discourses about the EU, they do make themselves visible and they do have a presence. Let's have a look at what media analysis actually shows us. Well, one of the things it shows us is that there is a very visible hegemony of elite views in Irish media coverage. So journalists, political elites, both foreign and domestic, are overwhelmingly the voices that we hear in the media when we see coverage about the EU and the EU-Ireland relationships. And it's very random and very seldom that we see civil society, citizen voices, which maybe helps explain why citizens don't really know or care much about EU affairs, even though they are sort of quite pro-EU. In terms of the dominant discourses, so this obviously you can't read, so I've helpfully included kind of the top discourses that emerged from our findings. And obviously the period where we were collecting media data was quite interesting, because in the last few months of this period in 2022 were the month of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And it's very interesting that among all of the different EU discourses, we saw some discourses that were still talking about Brexit as a seminal event for Ireland in its relationship with the EU. Some more general discourses, you know, about EU law and supremacy of EU law, the democratic values and shared ideals of peace and security, but also an overwhelming amount of discourses related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine in light of the EU and EU policies and EU security and obviously Ireland's national security. So it's very interesting that yet another crisis has really shaped how the EU features in media discourses and also how the media cover its role in Irish national politics and also the relationship that Ireland has with the EU. So some of the takeaways, and again, here's our little map of discursive units. You will see that there are some more broad discourses and discursive groups that talk about, for instance, Ireland's membership in the EU, where again, we see this idea of Ireland EU two-way affair, the mutual benefit thing based on shared values, but at the same time recognition that in some aspects, such as the economic economic concerns, there might actually be tensions where sometimes Irish interests might clash with those of the EU, but they're manageable. Brexit was a really important moment here because I think the Irish elites were really concerned that Brexit would actually reveal that the EU doesn't really care that much about Ireland when its own, EU-wide interests are at stake. But it actually turned out to be the opposite, where the EU supported Ireland and supported Irish interests, not just in terms of the economic negotiations or the single market, but also in terms of the peace process and the long-standing issues related to the border on the island of Ireland between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. So it actually turned out that the kind of conclusion that Irish media drew from this was that, oh, the EU actually does care about small states. It cares about their interests, and especially it cares about Ireland. But this must be because there is this long-standing special relationship. The other things, shared kind of protection of human rights and democracy, the EU's role as a guarantor of global peace and security, that was sort of the same as it has always been. But at the same time, among all of this debate about solidarity and shared values, there were also some tensions where some of the more EU-critical views, most of them coming again from the Euro-critical opposition parties or the fringe anti-EU media, actually said that, well, we can see that the solidarity is actually quite shallow because there's actually a lot of disagreements among EU states about how to deal with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, about how we impose sanctions, are they sufficient, about whether or not, all countries in the EU should offer military support to Ukraine. And here's where we start to see the beginnings of what later we see more prominently in the elite discourses once we get to the interviews. And it's this idea that even if overall the EU's role as a normative power that guarantees security and democratic values around the EU and in the world is not contested, exactly how each EU state, and in particular Ireland, participate in this process of guaranteeing democracy and shared values is up for debate, right? And here's where we see that it's not just pragmatic considerations about economic supports or peace and democracy and shared values, but it's also some identity concerns because we start to see the critical voices talking about the encroachment in Irish autonomy and on Irish historical military neutrality and its non-aligned status. So I'm going to skip the kind of summary because I've sort of just talked about some of this. While the anti-EU discourses are few and never dominant, they usually try to appropriate discussions around Irish national interests and national sovereignty. So any EU-related discourse that they join, they will always join it with talking about what about sovereignty, what about neutrality, what about shared European values, what are they really? So in terms of the interviews, really interesting, and again, one of the main problems we faced in Ireland is that whereas in more polarized countries such as Georgia, where or Estonia, where it was quite easy to see that there are different groups of people with very specific types of opinions or types of discourses, the fact that in Ireland most of the EU-related discourses are quite positive or pro-European or Euro-optimistic made it really difficult to actually differentiate between the different groups, but we were nonetheless able to identify these 4 different factors or groups of interviewee voices in the elites. Right, and they're again mostly kind of along political lines a little bit, because we have the ruling party coalition, which is kind of center-right, and then we have the opposition, which is mostly kind of leftish, left-leaning independent. And then we have, members of the independent media who, again, are divided not along political lines, but mostly among people who really are focusing on EU affairs and thus have a more informed and in-depth set of opinions about them, and people who are siding with, either the center-right or the left, and people who are more pragmatic or more critical versus people who are unabashedly Euro-optimistic. So this was a difficult task, but nonetheless, I think we managed to get some meaningful results here. And here's some of the stuff from how the media and political elites engaged with those statements that we drew out of the media coverage and media analysis. So again, we see the dominance of pragmatic considerations. The mutual benefit discourse of the EU-Ireland relationship remains dominant. But this is also evident in the high importance attached to discourses about the implications of geopolitical crises, such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for instance, on economic supports or on security and defense. And one of the things that became even more evident as the Russian invasion of Ukraine unfolded, that it was seen by the political and media elites as a transformative moment in Europeanization. And it kind of served to reveal or reinforce some of the ongoing tendencies, such as the transformation of domestic policies in the European context or the common EU security policy. And we saw some polarization and some presence of identity factors, but again, here, this is very specific to the Irish national context, and specifically this issue that Ireland is not a member of NATO. It's a non-aligned country, which, as our former Taoiseach or Prime Minister liked to say, we are militarily neutral, but we're not politically or morally neutral, which was a widely circulated statement that he made around the time of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So this debate about neutrality was reactivated by, these contentious discussions about whether or not Ireland should actually stop being militarily neutral, or how it can participate in the common EU security and defense activities. We also saw that as the European elections started drawing closer, and we also had local and now are facing national elections in Ireland, we also started to see some interventions from clearly third country actors, and not just from Russia, but also far right actors and far left actors from the UK, the US, which have tried to shape the debate to make it seem like it's actually quite polarized. So the debate around immigration also tied to the war, the debate around housing and the economic factors. So all of this, we started to see more polarization, and more polarization again, where these discourses that run counter to the main mutual benefit pragmatic topic are trying to say the EU isn't actually good for you. The EU is trying to use you. The EU is trying to impose its own set of rules on you. And it's not enough to just value a shared European identity. But those incursions didn't seem like they had a lot of power, at least judging by the results of the EU elections in Ireland and the local elections. Those rogue actors didn't seem to gain much space in the local political sphere. But there is this thing that emerges around the so-called precarious EU solidarity. So this concern that although the EU's normative power is recognized, and it seems to remain, there's also this doubt that is starting to creep in about how stable this solidarity actually is. And this has to do partly with the results of national elections in some large EU states like France or Germany or the Netherlands, but also, the democratic backsliding evident in countries like Poland and Hungary. So these concerns are to some way reflected in what the elites were telling us on, about their views on EU solidarity and Ireland's role, but the consensus on shared European values nonetheless remains. So in terms of the survey analysis, I'll just say a few things here. Overwhelmingly, there is support for the EU and for further EU integration. However, we see this growing reliance on digital and online media among Irish citizens, and with a rise in the level of distrust in the traditional media and in the local elites. So this again might explain why this door to these more polarizing opinions that distort reality is opened, because A, the citizens lack EU awareness. They don't know much about how the EU functions, nor do they care because it doesn't seem to matter, but also they're becoming less trustful of the media and of the local politicians, right? So fairly low, and again, it's funny because all the while the trust in EU institutions is higher than in the local institutions, even though they don't know much about how they work, but somehow by some mythical motion they trust them more. And usually people tended to be more dissatisfied than satisfied with the present state of the economy, while the opposite was true for how the Irish government managed EU-related issues. So they thought the Irish government did a pretty good job. But the majority of respondents believe that Irish elites should actually be more unified on EU-related issues than they currently are. So that was another interesting finding. And, we have this deepening divide where, because of things like immigration and the disinformation that's been spread about illegal migration and, the fact that migrants are taking over the island, more people are now starting to think that European integration has already gone too far, then that it should go further. So there is a slight change in how supportive people are of the EU when it comes to really specific matters, such as integration. But they still see it as both strengthening the EU central institution and as EU enlargement. And they still see the pragmatic benefits of EU membership. So I'll skip these bits because obviously, again, we see the dominance of pragmatic factors here. And just conclude by saying that although the EU is perceived and the Europeanization process is perceived mostly positively, we start to see some evidence of polarization coupled with a low level of trust in the media and national politicians, and a worrying lack of knowledge about EU affairs. And we think that this is perhaps a cause for concern. Although the mutual benefit narrative remains dominant, it's much dependent on how successful Ireland is in promoting its relationship with the EU as a special one, and continuing to point to solidarity and shared values as the core upon which their EU membership rests. So really, we need to be more mindful of public attitudes and the lack of awareness, and I know we'll come back to this in some of our other presentations. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I'm Aswan Kirabash. Is it working? Do you hear me? Okay. And today, together with my colleague, Dr. Thomas Jacobs, we will be talking about our findings, how the EU is represented in the Belgian media, and the impact these representations have on policymakers, journalists, and citizens. To set the stage, I'd like to start with some background information. I mean, we are in Brussels today. I'm sure some of you already familiar with the complex system we have here in Belgium, but for those who are not, I think it would be useful to give a very brief overview, because our research is closely tied to the to the unique structure of Belgium. So Belgium is divided into two main linguistic lines, the Flemish-speaking Flanders, Flemish-speaking community, and as well as French-speaking community in Wallonia. There's also a smaller German-speaking community in the east, but that was excluded from our research, and I'm not going to go into the details of that because I have limited time today. But what I want to say is that this linguistic division has a strong impact on the political structures as well as the media system here in Belgium. When it comes to the political structure, the country operates as a federal system and the power is very much decentralized here, meaning both Wallonia and Flanders have their own regional governments that are responsible to regulate the media sphere in Wallonia and Flanders. The media system has the same story. It's divided along the linguistic lines. We have Flemish media outlets as well as Francophone media outlets and public broadcasters. And I don't know if any of you have visited their building, and I'm saying the building because they're sharing the same building. When you enter, on your left side, you have VRT, and right hand, you have RTBF. They're kind of mirroring each other, but they have completely different structures and preferences in which they transfer their messages to their audience. So with this background in mind, we had three hypotheses to test out. And one key difference between the two media between the media and Flanders and Wallonia is that is something called cordon sanitaire. It's a silent agreement within the Francophone media and not to give airtime to far-right parties or fringe politicians. So the first hypothesis is closely tied to what I just mentioned, the impact of the linguistic division on Europeanization. We expected that in Flemish media there will be more Eurosceptic discourses. And the second one is the securitization of Europeanization discourse, meaning that we thought the EU and the European project will be framed or viewed primarily through the lenses of security concerns. And the third one is the increase in we expected an increase in the identity considerations. And then to test these out, we, like others, we selected the media outlets, the two broadcasters I mentioned, one Flemish, one Francophone newspapers, like intellectual newspaper, L'Essor and Der Standard, and two online news portals, left-leaning Midor and right-leaning Doorbraak. And then we identified the important events that brought lots of coverage on the EU and the Belgian media, and those are the coronavirus, vaccination policy and protests, the EU budgets around EU defense and I don't remember, and COVID spending, sorry, and then the migration crisis, Belarus migration crisis, and lastly the war in Ukraine. And based on the analysis of the 6 media outlets, we identified the major adjuvant and counter discourses, but I'm going to focus on the dominant discourses only today so as to be able to not just touch upon the dominant discourses all across Belgian media, but also the ones we identified in Flanders and Wallonia. So if you check the first 3 discourses here, they're all about the war in Ukraine, and they showcase a pragmatic approach towards the topic. You know, they're talking about the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the EU against Russia, living standards, EU economy, so on and so forth. But then when you check the remaining discourses, then we start seeing discourses on migrants, weaponization of migration, human rights, Belgium's responsibility to act in Ukraine, membership of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. What this shows us is that dominant discourses do not only mobilize pragmatic considerations, but also identity-related ones. And if we zoom in a bit to the discourses in Wallonia and Flanders, the first discourse, the most quoted discourse in Wallonia is that EU, enough is being done and policies and actions are effective against Russia, whereas the most quoted one in Flanders is actually the counter discourse of this one. to sum it up, what we see here is that, as expected, media differences impacts the discourses around Europeanization, as well as the type of the media. Right-leaning ones are giving more room for the views of the far-right politicians, and we also see a far-right influence in Flemish media. And there's also a securitization of the discourses. They kind of dominate the media landscape in Belgium, particularly regarding around weaponization of migration and the war in Ukraine. Nevertheless, the public broadcasters remain as a pro-EU outlets, which is really important because both our surveys and Eurobarometers shows that Belgians are still consuming news through the broadcasters. So on to the second phase of our research, the in-depth interviews utilizing Q methodology. We have it. So for that, our sample included 6 major coalition parties, as well as the largest opposition right-leaning party, NVA, and a minor party, Agora, as well as media actors from key outlets like VRT, RTBF, De Morgan, and so on and so forth. And after the analysis, we found 3 main factors. Are we here? Yeah. And the first one is a very diverse group. We have liberal OpenVL, the right-leaning NVA. We have Flemish broadcaster VRT, and this group is strongly pro-EU. But what distinguishes them is that they focus on the global/EU liberal identity values, like supporting human rights, minorities, LGBTQI, and so on and so forth. And their concerns, their security concerns, kind of bridges the gap or the differences, ideological or linguistic differences. And the second group is actually very interesting because this is the only factor that we have actors who are really critical about the EU's management of migration, but they still think the EU supports human rights. And the last one, the last factor is pro-EU pragmatic actors. What distinguishes them is, first, they have a strong support for the increase of the EU budgets, but they also have slight criticism towards the EU's policies vis-a-vis Russia, and they remain cautiously aware of the risk linked to the further escalation across European territories. So overall, what we see in these factors is there's a strong agreement on the EU's core values, as well as collective actions, and this leaves kind of limited room for criticism of the EU and highlights both pragmatic and identity-driven consideration among Belgian elite. I think I ate too much time. I will stop here and give the floor to Thomas.
Sorry. I'll be fine. We'll manage to get that through. So what I did, my role in the research, was I had a more qualitative look from a discourse analytic point of view at, what was said during these interviews. And the first thing that really stands out is how pro-European pretty much every person we interviewed was. They speak in very fluent, very excited terms about how they love Europe, how they are pro-European. And as in Belgium, this will not surprise anyone, a real strong pro-European, pro-EU hegemony. Even among the far-right actors who we unfortunately didn't manage to interview. But if you go look at the policy programs, at the public statements, they are far less Eurosceptic than, for instance, Lega Nord or the Rassemblement National. They will be critical of what the EU does, but they will couch their desire to curb migration or to enact radical right policies. They will project this onto a European level. It's the EU's job to do this. This is a marked difference between, say, the Belgian far-right and the French or the Italian far-right. Now, the fact that there's this pro-European consensus doesn't mean that the political debate in Belgium is stale when it comes to EU politics. We regularly see this pro-European, pro-EU consensus weaponized against political opponents. One person from one party might call out another person from another party saying, "You're not European enough. what you're proposing is anti-EU, what you're proposing is anti-European. And in the context of Belgium's pro-European hegemony, that's considered to be a rather, powerful political strategy, a rather powerful discursive strategy to call your opponent un-European. Particularly Eastern European countries tend to suffer this fate quite often in Belgian political rhetoric. There's an example on the slide there where countries in Eastern Europe, which aren't quite as far along as Belgium when it comes, for instance, to LGBTQI plus rights, they're being called un-European. Why? Because they're not incarnating European values enough. And in a Belgian political context, this is considered a rather powerful political strategy. Now, again, this pro-European hegemony doesn't mean that the political debate is stale. A second example of this is, sure, the Belgian elite is pro-European, but how to concretely shape and how to concretely form European policies, there can be various views on this, and the quote on the slide gives a very good example of that. If somebody's saying, well, I'm rather critical of the way the EU does its budgets and all of that, but that doesn't mean I'm anti-European or that I'm anti-EU, that I'm against the EU. I would like to see the European project incarnated, given shape, in a different way. And one last example I have of this is securitization, which played a very important role in Belgian political discourse. And you actually may have seen in our slide that the most prevalent discourse was in fact a rather EU-critical discourse. The EU is not doing enough when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What we frequently see is that securitization is used as a discursive strategy to sort of turn off Belgium's very strong identitarian identification with the EU. Even though pretty much all political parties in Belgium believe and are invested in the European project, the identitarian implications that this has, they can temporarily be deactivated by framing something as a security concern. We see this, for instance, as well in the context of the migration crisis at the border with Belarus. This is framed as a security crisis, and because this is a security crisis, suddenly, temporarily, Belgian elites seem to forget about their pro-European, pro-EU ideals, and they become a lot more pragmatic. This identitarian dimension is deactivated in favor of a more pragmatic stance. So what these examples show is that, despite the fact that there's a really encompassing pro-European hegemony in Belgium, this hegemony is navigated through a variety of complex discursive strategies, which make that this hegemony does not render the political debate stale at all. Very briefly, and I hope I have the time to go through this, you can all immediately go to the next one. For the public, we notice relatively high levels of knowledgeability in Belgium. The Belgian public knows quite a lot about EU affairs, which is appropriate for the country hosting the European capital. However, and I'm not making a comparison with the elite here, different methodologies do not allow for that type of comparison, but I myself was, a bit surprised at how lukewarm the supported Belgian public for the EU was. It's still relatively okay, but I would call it as moderate rather than high. Belgian citizens consider the EU to be divided. They identify far more strongly with the European project in general than with the EU specifically. If you go on a couple of slides, support for the European project is as high as 65% of people indicate that they are pro-European, but less than half people will say that they are pro-EU. The European elite is considered to be divided, and this is a remarkable sort of like mismatch with the elite, where even on the far right and the far left, these parties could hardly be described as hard Eurosceptics. What that means for Belgian political discourse, I guess we're going to find out in the years to come. This is more or less what I wanted to share. Thank you for listening.
afternoon, everyone. I'm Maria Raquel Freire, and I'm from the Portuguese team. I have here with me Luísa Bezerra, also from the Portuguese team, and we have two other colleagues, Sofia José Santos and Moara Crivolente, that couldn't join today. So we will also share with you some of the of our main results, and I will skip a bit some of the. It is now. Yeah, oh, no, it's there. And I will just start with what was our main finding and what is kind of driving our analysis and presentation today, which is that we found that in Portuguese discourse, we mobilize both pragmatic and identity factors very, very clearly, and that this discourse is very much aligned with identifying the EU as this representation, let's say, of a national ambition. And there's clearly this interest of Portugal to belong at the pole position, at the center, and the EU emboldens this idea. And so we worked a lot with this idea about the imagination of the center, or what we called pragmatic centralism, in the sense that Portugal is always trying to reposition itself inside the EU as a way of recentering its position. And this goes against or in line with the periphery discourse, the peripheralization idea. So just to give you a little bit of context that is important to understand these results, Portugal had a long period of dictatorship that ended in 1974 with the Carnation Revolution, right? Which kind of kick-started our democratization process. And we joined the European communities back in 1986, and this was in some way a very important moment and brought this discourse on democratization very much interlinked with the process of integration into the European project. So for Portugal, then and today, so throughout these years, there's this interlinkage of EU integration with democratization. And so it's very interesting how this then invokes both pragmatic and axiological principles in the way this process is conceived. I would say also that perceptions about the EU in Portugal are broadly positive, very, very positive, and we could clearly identify moments, let's say, when there was a more negative, let's say, outlook, and this usually identified with crisis. For example, after the 2008 financial crisis, right, it hit Portugal badly around 2010, 2011, and we had an intervention by the European Central Bank, the IMF, European Commission, so the Troika intervention between 2011, 2014, and that generated, let's say, a bit of a more negative discourse then. But overall, it has been broadly positive, and it's very interesting because now with the resilience and recovery plan that followed, right, the pandemic, also in the context of the war in Ukraine, these memories of austerity have changed, and we talk about the bazooka and, you know, all this money that has been injected in the Portuguese economy. So the EU is assisting, the EU is supporting Portugal. Just another important background idea that the major political parties in Portugal are at the center, right? The socialists and the social democrats, and they clearly have avoided polarizing the debates, and they foster a lot of consensus about the EU among the electorate. Interestingly, in our last elections, the extreme right Chega got to the third position in parliament, but they didn't adopt, let's say, an anti-EU stance. So it's like more soft, as you were mentioning just before. So what we see is that there's this militant approach to Europeanism in Portugal, and a bit of soft Euroscepticism as we see it, and we will try to show it. So we look at all these dynamics at two levels, looking at the perceptions of benefits and costs about membership of Portugal in the EU. So there's not this anti-EU, pro-EU discourse like we saw in the panel in the morning. And we also look at how different actors are mobilized, right, regarding EU in its practices, its policies and meanings, and how they sometimes instrumentalize the EU, right, in their programs and views on Europeanization. So also along the lines of what has been said here, but always in line with this perception about the imaginary of the center. So where Portugal wants to be recognized. I'll move forward on this. I think in terms of the context, this is enough for you to have an idea. And from this, let's jump into our media analysis. We looked at 3 daily news shows in open signal TV channels, 2 of them private and 1 public, and 3 daily newspapers, which are all private. Still in Portugal, the TV is the preferred source of news and information, and this was confirmed then at the survey, which was quite interesting. And we analyzed 2,181 items of all genres. So we are talking about news stories, interviews, editorials, opinion articles, etc. And the time frame is the same as for everyone else. So what are some of the issues that became clear from our analyses? The majority of items we found are news reports, but usually the coverage of EU affairs is quite superficial. And there's a lot of reproduction of the official discourse, right, from the EU and also from Portuguese government. So these are the main sources. Sometimes we found a bit of more in-depth analyses, but it was really less frequent, and in some interviews, commentaries, also some opinion articles, but really not that frequent. And it was very clear in the Portuguese case that in both the dominant discourse and in the counter discourses, it was mostly pragmatic concerns that were mobilized. And so this has to do with EU contribution to the Portuguese economy, democracy, capacity to deal with crises, security issues, which became quite dominant, of course, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Interestingly, there's always this combination with identity aspects. So because of the revolution and the way we conceptualize democratization, always very much associated to human rights and respect for fundamental principles, rule of law, etc. So this is there regarding democratization, along with the more pragmatic sense of the benefits that Europeanization brings to Portugal. In terms of the dominant discourses, they will reiterate somehow some of these ideas. So Portugal must adapt to EU and world dynamics, always in this logic, right, of being at the forefront, a front runner. EU contributes to security and peace, very, very dominant, especially because of the period we were analyzing, of course. Interestingly, also Portugal is peripheralized in the EU, and in this, it was in a geographic sense mostly, but also a bit in a political and, of course, economic sense at the tail of Europe. So we have to catch up, we have to move forward. The discourse, the EU is fragmented or troubled, appears a lot, but very much linked to the rise of extreme right parties in other European countries, and to the policies on migration and the suppression of some rights in countries like Hungary and Poland. This was very much present in the Portuguese news. EU is under attack, also very much linked to this kind of issues. And so at some point Portugal is at the center in the EU, which was also interesting to see. And then you see democratic values, democracy, EU helps assist with the development and growth were very much present. Moving on to the interviews, the elite interviews was really interesting. So we interviewed 25 political actors, 25 representatives from the media, and we ended up with 4 factors. Most of us ended up with around these. And so the first group is basically the governing elite and the whole media in Portugal, with a very positive assessment and alignment with the EU and the process of integration, underlining a lot the pragmatic approach that the country has been putting forward. The second group was the right-wing opposition, which was interesting because the narrative, of course, is in line with the economic development idea, technological modernization, democratization, but the agenda brings in more security and defense issues, and of course migration, which is quite typical. Let's say it's very typical, the left-wing and the right-wing opposition narratives. So the left-wing was our opposition, our third group, and basically it has a bit more of a critical view on Europeanization. It rejects the militarization and the securitization of key social issues, which is the normal way to go, and looks at some EU programs and dimensions, identifying it with capitalist dynamics, so also in line. And then the fourth group were the center-left mediators, and this is a group interesting enough that came up and tries to position itself between the governing elite and the left opposition, so it agrees on some areas with the left, on other areas with the government. So this was interesting. The overall takeaways from the interviews was that there is clearly no anti-EU position in Portugal, but clearly critical readings come up, as was already discussed here in several presentations. So what should be the role of the EU and of Portugal in it? Axiological considerations always very much interlinked with the pragmatic ones, which was really confirmed, and this consensual centrist approach to Europeanism in Portugal. So what we found out is that this is double. There is the centrism in politics in Portugal, and this pragmatic centrism within the country looks at the EU in this beneficial way. And then we look at the EU also from this center-periphery logic, so the EU as a way of repositioning Portugal, so being at the forefront. Also very interesting from the interviews was this idea that a lot of the criticism that comes up is not so much about the EU, but about how the Portuguese government implements or not, uses the funds or not that come from the EU. This I will skip because it's covered. So let's go into the public survey, which somehow will again confirm the main issues, although bringing a few nuances. So we interviewed, so there were 1,013 respondents to the public survey, and we thought it was interesting to share with you some of the field workers' notes from this exercise. It was very clear that those with lower education levels were not so at ease, let's say, discussing the issues about European Union. They didn't feel they had enough knowledge. It was interesting, some perceived the questions about politics and religion as a bit intrusive. And the younger interviewers seemed somehow a bit more detached from politics and also from the EU somehow. Also interesting was that men, those with higher education and those with higher incomes, are the ones that will engage more in political debates. And here again, the note about access to news through TV. So just a couple of examples before concluding. Respondents from both genders, all levels of education, and in all age groups showed the similar pattern of support to Portuguese integration in the EU, so over 50% of the respondents, which is interesting. And economic development really scores high with 56%. I will move and for example on the general knowledge about the EU, 30% responded correctly to all the questions about the EU, which is not a super high score. And if you don't mind, regarding trust, in Portugal there is more trust on EU institutions also than on national institutions, so we follow the pattern that has already been identified. So just to summarize quickly the public survey results, there is a quite positive attitude towards European integration, and 86.8% do believe Portugal benefits from being in the EU. The prevalence of pragmatic elements is very clear. No anti-EU nationalist tendencies were present. That European institutions are more trusted than national ones, and that more than half of the respondents agree that Portugal lags behind, and this resonates with the periphery center argument. Let's just conclude. What I would say is that clearly all outlets analyzed, so the combined media, shows a very positive attitude, represented as an Europeanist consensus, we say, and that keeps reproducing this idea of a pragmatic imaginary of the center. So always Portugal looking and projecting itself in and through the EU. And this idea was present in all three stages of the study. Two strategic views became quite dominant. So there is political centrism in Portugal, by opposition to extremism or polarization. We have been talking so much about polarization. We just finished a paper where we basically argue there's not really political polarization in Portugal. And this idea that Portugal's central position in the EU is very much framed in opposition to the peripheral argument. And so the views mobilize predominantly pragmatic factors and emphasize this EU's relevance for Portugal. And this idea that Portugal needs to adapt, which is the dominant narrative, is the way we can move forward to the center. It's the way it is rationalized. And so this may promote modernization, development, and then by rejecting polarization, extremism, populism, because this is not good for the European project, Portugal can also recenter and benefit more from these recentralization dynamics. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Is this working? No. It's on. So I will be repeating some of the things that already, but I want to object when Tanya said that Ireland is the poster child of European integration. I object. You will see that it's Spain. Anyways. So in a way, the entry of Spain to the European economic communities shares some similarities with Portugal, but not really, to some extent. So we cannot talk many times when we start the discussion about Spain's accession to European economic community, we talk about the dictatorship, Franco's dictatorship. But the debate is even, goes back further. Because as you can see here, that contemporary Spain emerged as politically and culturally separated from Europe. It was on the periphery geographically, but also in a political sense. And there was this tension between traditionalist approach, which actually supported this isolationist, position of Spain, And we have the Europeanist approach, which viewed Europe as a salvation of Spain. And we have the intellectual Ortega and Gasset with his famous phrase, Spain is the problem, Europe is the solution. So we skip to Franco's regime. The regime itself at the beginning was very much against the European integration project. It was very critical of European democracies, calling them weak, inferior. They opened the door to communism, but with time he started changing his position and focused more on the economic aspect of European integration. So they wanted the economic prosperity, but not the political package. Of course, the opposition was very clear about the need to democratize Spain, and they saw that Europe was the way. After the end of the dictatorship, all the political parties and political forces at the time, they all agreed that they must join the European Economic Community. So it was a project that was endorsed by everyone. It is important to highlight that it wasn't only a pragmatic question. It was an identity question for Spain. In a way, Spaniards wanted to prove that they are European, to shake off the accusation that they share more things with Africa than Europe. So in a way, joining the European communities and embracing democracy for them was an identity question that aims at relocating Spain at the heart of the continent. You will see now things have changed dramatically, because when the EU is discussed from pragmatic perspective, but the identity question is still there, and I will explain later. Like other places, after the economic crisis of 2008 and the very drastic austerity measures, we see there's more opposition to the EU in terms of fiscal policies, and also the Catalan crisis, the migration crisis, give rise also to some sort of anti-European position. But like Belgium, I would say they would remain like pretty much pro-European in their discursive strategies. Nobody questions the need to be part of the EU. But things have changed. In relation to the radical left, Podemos in particular, the shift from accusing EU trying to make Spain as a German colony, that the EU wants Spaniards to serve coffee for the Germans when they come in the summer. That was part of the discourse after the economic crisis, but once they joined the government, they became just like any other left-wing party. The tone was much more lower. Also in relation to Vox, it's also a very particular case of a far-right party, because they always emphasize that they have a European vocation. They were critical about the way Europe is constructed, but never doubted the need to be part of the project. So I'm going to skip. I'm not going to talk much about how we chose the media, but we basically focused on private versus public, ideologically conservative versus liberal, traditional outlet, online outlet, and also impact. We chose newspapers and, yes, this TV station. So eventually we analyzed El País, ABC, El Diario, El Confidencial, Radio Televisión Española, and Antena 3. Now, I'm going to skip to the table. So the major 8 discourses, as you can see, most of them in a way are pro-European, and I will explain it in a bit. So we have, at the beginning, this discourse changed with time, that the EU reluctance to assume its role in managing the energy crisis is creating a gap between the EU and Spain. But I have to emphasize this has changed after the EU approved the Iberian exception and allowed the capping of energy prices. Then we have blocking recovery funds to induce compliance with human rights is necessary, because the EU is a space of values and human rights. The EU needs to defend its geopolitical role and security, it needs to harmonize its policies in relation to the management of the migration crisis. And then we see the adoption of the next generation, or the recovery funds, marks a turning point in the European project. Brexit is myopic and a mistake for the UK. The management of COVID was a success story. And then with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, so we see also discourses that the EU showed unprecedented unity and decisiveness in responding to the outbreak in Ukraine of the Ukraine crisis. Not my language, it's the media. Now, So what do we see from here? Well, our analysis proves what we already know, that Spain is pretty much a pro-European country. Even the instances in which the EU is criticized, it's precisely the call is to deepen the European integration project, not to weaken it. So, for example, when they criticize the geopolitical weakness of the European Union, the aim is to make it stronger, not to attack the EU. So they want less dependency on NATO, less dependency on the United States, and being more efficient in terms of security arrangements. The same goes to the migration crisis, in the sense that the critique is not we're unhappy with the EU, no, we want the EU to be more involved. So even when it's criticized, the aim is to deepen Europeanization. In terms of the things that were discussed, I think we call them in a way that events that have transformative potential for the EU. For example, all the discourses on next generation funds, on the management of the COVID-19 crisis, suggest that we're seeing some sort of transformation in the EU that is more now sensitive to the needs of the southern states. It's a window of opportunity. This is part of the language used. Brexit also a transformative moment. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is seen as a transformative moment in terms of coordination on security matters. Pragmatic approach is the dominant one, but we see clear identity-based perspectives, especially when they discuss human rights issues. So in the discourses on the sanctions against Poland and Hungary for failing to meet EU standards on the rule of law and human rights, we see the narrative that this is core values of the EU. We in Spain fully support them and embrace them, and those who don't do the same should bear the price. Again, as the case of Belgium, you talked a lot about this, the instrumentalization of the EU to attack political opponents. So even though the EU is a consensual political project, it's always used to attack political opponents to discredit them. Just to give an example, the opposition was all the time accusing the government of mismanaging EU funds. It was also accusing the government of not meeting European standards on the independence of the judiciary and some other crises. Now, power asymmetries are still visible in the debates on the EU, and we see here two strategies that are being deployed by political elites in Spain, and also the media kind of echoes them. And this takes me back to the opening point, the need for Spain all the time to assert that it is at the heart of the European integration project. So we see two kind of strategies. On the one hand, there's an attempt all the time to challenge the asymmetry that exists between the North and the South. For example, during the COVID-19 crisis, Spanish media celebrates the fact that Spain is leading in vaccination rates, and its vaccination campaign was among the most successful ones in Europe. And in one headlines, it was kind of satiric, saying, the world looks upside down. So now the northern countries, like Germany and others, are failing, and we're the one who are doing the job. So stop calling us the South. Also, there's in energy crisis, also there's these discourses saying we're more efficient. We're not dependent on Russian energy like other countries, which puts us in a better position. There's also an attempt to, discredit all the fiscal measures of the austerity years, and to say that this was not only bad for us, but for oh my God, only 5 minutes. Okay. So, the Q methodology, I'm going to try to be fast. We kind of analyzed 5 factors, and which is also very consistent with the political reality in Spain, that there's no clear ideological line. So all the factors have representatives of the left and on the right, of the media and on political elites. Some were more left-leaning, others were more right-leaning. So what is interesting, even among the same camp, you can see different positions, which also demonstrate that the approach is basically pragmatic. So we have the left-leaning Euro-optimist. In this group, they were happy with everything the EU did in the last year, COVID, Ukraine, and on everything. The second factor, left-leaning geopolitical critics. there was still some critique of the dependency on the EU and NATO and lack of unity. The third factor, which was very interesting because it represented more radical right and the radical left, where we can see some ideological differences. Left-leaning geopolitical optimists that were happy about the way the EU responded to the Russian invasion in Ukraine and what it meant for the EU, and those who criticized Brexit. Ideological differences. Here we noticed in the interviews in relation to the sanctions against Hungary and Poland, what you see in the media is not what we met in the interviews. Like apparently this complete support of the EU sanctions, we saw cracks. Not only about the far right, which is not surprising, but also among the less far right, like Partido Popular. They claimed basically they don't see any human rights violation, that gender is ideology, that of course you have to cancel gender studies from university because it's not a scientific field. So here you can see some kind of ideological divide between the left and the right. Also in relation to the South-North divide, leftists were more keen about saying that this gap still exists, whereas right-wing were less. As to polarization, it reflected internal polarization in the sense that we see polarization on the role of the Spanish government itself, so instrumentalization of the EU to attack political opponents. There was an interesting thing about human rights, that suddenly human rights benefits were not seen as something really important, but not because they don't believe in the role of the EU as protector of human rights, but because they believe that Spain is leader in this field. So it no longer needs, it's European enough, it doesn't need any more guidance. Jumping to the media survey, so some worrying trends, low consumption of traditional media, which is very worrying. Distrust in the media, 46% distrust, showed distrust in the media compared to 26% who trust the media. 7 out of 10 respondents consider Spanish media to be polarized and distort reality. 6 out of 10 believe that they are exposed often or very often to disinformation. This is a recipe for, this opens the door for disinformation to start playing a role and changing even attitude about the EU. Trust in local institutions, I want to make it really fast. European institutions were seen as most trustworthy. They scored 4 out of 7. Spanish institution, journalists, government, at least 0.5 below the European average. 40% of the respondents were not satisfied with the way the government is handling EU-related issues, compared to 37%. The majority of respondents believe that elites in Spain should agree more on EU issues. Now, one second. In relation to attitudes towards European integration project, as you can see, 60% of the population favors European integration and believes that it should go further. In contrast, 19 believe that it has gone far enough and it should be stopped. European integration is mainly seen as deepening or strengthening integration as opposed to expanding membership. 86% of the respondents believe that Spain benefited from EU membership. 3 out of 4 respondents believe that they, on the personal level, benefited. But at the same time, which is not something to dismiss, 1 out of 10 believe that Spain should leave the EU. In terms of what issues or fields the EU should be responsible of, in terms of decision making, so we see migration is on the top, environmental issues, energy, security comes next. I'm almost done. Major benefits. Economic benefits continue to be, ranking on the top, 70%. Protection of human rights and democracy, 40%. Major concerns for us. 18% believe that the EU threatens Spain's national identity. 4 out of 10 believe that the EU aid comes with imposed conditions that harm Spain. Now, another point that we try to ask about is how the public perceives Spain's role in the EU, the leadership role of Spain. They were almost split on the question, 51 to 49, believing that yes, Spain influence corresponds to its economic power, population size, whereas 49% disagreed. The majority of the respondents agreed that the EU decisions typically prioritizes the interest of stronger members. But what was surprising in relation to the question of Spain's alliances, although the public believed that there is a gap and there's some sort of bias that favors northern countries, they were very pragmatic in relation to the solution for this problem, believing that Spain should be flexible in its alliances. Whereas when we did the interviews, for example, left-wing respondents who believed that a gap exists, they were talking more about collaboration among southern European states or countries to challenge this hegemony of the North. The public seems to be more pragmatic. Just to conclude our study, media analysis, elite interviews, public opinion surveys demonstrate clearly that Spain is a pretty much pro-European country, regardless of the political affiliation of the respondents or participants. Even when certain policies are questioned, the aim is to strengthen the European integration and not to weaken it. It was also important for the media and for some politicians, especially those from the left, because the current government is a leftist government, to say that in recent years Spain is playing more visible role in the EU. Pragmatic consideration remain dominant, but also identity-based consideration cannot be discredited. And again, instrumentalization of the EU just to kind of fuel internal polarization. Thank you for your patience. With this, I finish.
Thank you. Also, we have a few minutes for, well, 10 to 15, depending on how long you're going to eat into the coffee break, for questions. I know that maybe, we kind of undersold this panel, said, oh, well, it's not going to be as interesting. There's not as much polarization or authoritarian creep. But apparently there is actually quite a lot of interesting stuff here to dig into. So we will take any questions or reflections from anyone in the audience, or for that matter, anybody on the panel. If you have questions for other people on the panel, that is also allowed.
Well, thank you. I'm Nino Abzenidze from Center of Social Sciences from Tbilissi. I must say it's amazing to see our project getting together somehow and seeing how much we all have actually worked. So thanks a lot to all of you. One of the questions, just as a discussion, and I don't even have a specific target, but any of you or all of you could tell me, what we saw in Georgian case was that when we started media analysis, or in general the project, we didn't know what was going to happen in a year after the start of the project, right? And that's, Russia's invasion in Ukraine, that has, in Georgian case, this has altered the discourse completely, right? So we were seeing something completely different, and suddenly, in a day, the discourse started to transform completely. And as Lika mentioned during the presentation, things were completely marginal discourse-wise. Like in terms of Europeanization discourse, there were certain things that no political actor would mention. And suddenly, these marginalized discourses became completely mainstream, right? So in Georgian case, we have this before war and after war Europeanization discourse, completely different from each other. And I was wondering now, listening to the EU member states' cases, do you see any kind of resemblance across cases that happened or maybe didn't happen after the start of the war? And I was even thinking this could even turn into an interesting paper, because we have certain cases and then you have this one big exogenous shock factor, right? And did this change anything in terms of Europeanization discourse? Thank you.
Actually, already have a paper on the Spanish content published on the media discourse. Spain was all, is pro-European country, so there wasn't something radical change. But the change we notice is in the framing of the EU as a geopolitical actor. So we have the discourses when the US withdraws from Afghanistan without informing the EU that this is unacceptable, they don't take us seriously, this is not a partnership, we depend too much on the EU, on the United States, we depend too much on NATO, internal divisions are weakening us, and of course always Eastern European countries are blamed for the internal divisions. Now after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the discourses start changing. That suddenly the EU responds in unprecedented way, decisive. Even the sanctions, the way they are described, the sanctions that are imposed on Russia, the language is very strong. And what's very interesting also in the discourses is that suddenly the deviation of the EU from its historical trajectory in terms of, yes, we want to support the Ukrainian people in their struggle for freedom, but the support is no longer with humanitarian aid or other kind. No, we're talking about weapons as well. So the media calls this as breaking a taboo. And they use identity arguments to convince the public this is a good thing. That if we really want to stick to our values, freedom, liberty, self-determination, so we have to do this. So this is that transformation that we saw in the discourses. Now, to what extent this will remain? Well, we need another project, I assume, to see if these kind of... and also the talk about division was kind of transformed into, okay, we're all united, with some countries being blamed for being not as so eager to, like sometimes Germany, sometimes Hungary, but this is the transformation that we saw.
If I may just, regarding the Portuguese case, it's not very different from what Sonia just said. What it clearly, security and defense became much more prominent in media, in the media discourse, and of course in the political discourse. Maybe just two nuances here. One that brings this new role for the EU, but always in complementarity with NATO. That is what is in the mainstream media. And a renewed voice from the left opposition, in particular the Communist Party, that became very vocal about NATO and how NATO played the role, and how this has been kind of conveyed also. So in Portugal, the media are quite plural, so they give voice to all political forces. And although this didn't become mainstream discourse, it opened up a debate somehow, although it was, it has been always somehow marginalized, right, by the other political forces, and even in the media it didn't become mainstream, but it was an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I would say that in Ireland there was in some way, to talk about the similarity, there was definitely this resurgence of this discourse of shared values, that something that the EU stands for is even more visible, especially when there is this, as you say, this kind of exogenous threat that is actually going against major EU values of democracy, peace, human rights. But I think for Ireland, unlike Spain and Portugal, the security and defense part of this debate was different, because obviously Ireland is not a NATO member, and being a NATO member is kind of a taboo thing, right? We don't talk about NATO membership because we're not aligned. But Ireland is already part of the EU, and so I think although the debates are ongoing and they are very, very active, that was a new thing, that the whole thing around neutrality and common EU security and defense was really vigorously debated and continues to be vigorously debated, but almost to some extent with those who are maybe more supportive of seeing the EU kind of option as maybe like more palatable than the NATO options. Like, we're not really saying we're talking about joining NATO, but we do need security guarantees of some kind, because Ireland doesn't really have an army and our defense forces are horribly underfunded and they're very small. And whereas previously Ireland has relied on the UK and the US a lot for security and defense, obviously the Trump era and the Brexit have undermined both of those guarantees to some extent. So I think, to me, the thinking here is, well, if we are given enough autonomy in deciding exactly how we participate in the common security and defense infrastructure, and if we are given a say in what parts of it we choose to contribute to and how, this might actually be a workable scenario for Ireland, where we would still contribute to the shared values and the shared geopolitical goals of the EU, while also retaining some sort of autonomy and non-alignment status. And Ireland, for instance, in terms of supporting Ukraine, it's obviously provided a lot of humanitarian support, but also non-lethal military aid, right? And like that, the goalposts have been shifting. So at first it said, well, we're only going to provide non-military aid, we're only going to do training, we're only going to train troops, but that has been shifting. So I think, this to me is like the biggest transformation of what we saw in the media and then following in the elite discourses around this particular threat or crisis.
I think very briefly, this is on, right? Yes. For Belgium, I don't think we see like a revolution. I don't think it's like a before and an after moment. What we see is this classic sort of crisis moment, which temporarily makes some discourses that were previously unsayable possible. On the one hand, in the Flemish media, you have a couple of pro-Russian discourses very briefly surfacing. On the other hand, you also have, for a very short time, these let's call them jingoist discourses, very, very belligerent, very military, completely stripped of the values, human rights-driven, European type discourse that usually dominates Belgian politics. And then as the crisis, the intense crisis moments fades from the media sphere, discourses normalize again, and the Belgian approach in the political debate towards Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, starts becoming again informed by this pro-European consensus and all of the values that are associated with that, human rights, etc., etc.
All right, we'll maybe take one more question if there is one. Over here. Yep, just get the microphone.
A brief, very, very general one. Perhaps, Tanya, you raised the issue. Who were the typical speakers, the principals of the media discourses? It might be useful to compare the experiences in this respect. What was the role of politicians, domestic ones, foreign ones? What was the role of public intellectuals and journalists informing them the major discourses? What is your experience?
I think I let others answer that question, because I think I did mention that in Ireland this was very much an elite-led discourse. Like, they were the dominant voices, both politicians, well, in the majority, national politicians, to some extent, EU politicians, but journalists as well. And that kind of, in the majority, they were speaking along the same lines. Like, it was very much an EU optimistic discourse with some critical elements. Again, not necessarily being critical to undermine the EU as a project, but to point out that, yeah, there are some things that could be improved.
The same in Portugal. Exactly the same.
I think something very similar in Belgium as well, with maybe the added caveat that in Belgium trust in media is, compared to, for instance, what I saw for Spain and Portugal, which was a bit of an eye-opener to me, relatively high. We don't have these niche, or very, to a very small extent, niche radical left or radical right, sort of outlets. Trust in media is relatively high in Belgium.
Well, it's basically EU officials play, there's always reproduction of what EU officials say in local media, politicians, but not only Spanish politicians. Like, a lot of foreign politicians are quoted in the media, and especially in relation to, yes, actually it was surprising for us too. that the foreign politicians are quoted a lot in relation to EU matters. What was, for example, I was comparing, now I thought of the Georgian case, like where civil society plays a big role in framing, or speaking about the EU. This is less evident. For example, in Spain, you don't see representation for civil society when discussing the EU. Maybe a bit in migration issues, when they criticize, accuse the EU of, double standards, securitization of migration, but they're absent. So basically, it's the EU officials and politicians, national and foreign.
All right. Well, I think we had some really nice comparisons. There's probably room here for more discussions, which we can have over coffee and cake. And we'll come back in about half an hour for 25 minutes for our final panel, where we'll actually be talking about the so what, right? What are some of the policy implications of this? And what are some of the recommendations that we've already managed to put together based on our research results? Thank you all.
So, welcome back. This is the last panel. This is the last session of today's conference, and is the policy recommendation panel. So, the full title of this session is Policy Recommendations for the EU, Insights from the MEDIATIZED EU Project and Expert Discussion. So the experts here with me are on my left, Sonia Voulos. So you all know Sonia. She's assistant professor of law and international relations at the University of Antonio de Nebrija University, and she is part of the MEDIATIZED EU consortium. Then we have Jack Parrock. Jack Parrock is a news correspondent from Brussels. He's a presenter and conference moderator. And he works, he has been working for Deutsche Welle, Euronews, The Times, and The Telegraph, and many other major news outlets. So we have also Samuel Doveri Westerby. She is managing director of the European Neighbourhood Council and is also a member of the MEDIATIZED EU consortium. So we start with a presentation of the policy recommendation that we have formulated as a final result of our project. And so I leave the floor to Sonia.
Thank you. This is going to be the shortest PowerPoint's presentation, because I did a chart to help us. Okay, I guess the key findings are not going to be surprising for you after all the presentations we have today, even in countries with a very clear pro-European tendencies among all major interest groups. We agree that Eurosceptic ideas can easily get support, at least in certain segments of society. Euroscepticism tend to, be present in relation to debates on sovereignty, identity issues, or the involvement of the EU in national issues in a way that could even fortify polarization that already exists. We also discovered that identitarian discourses are usually used by Eurosceptics, but not always. As if you followed us in the last presentation, sometimes they function in a different way, but normally, usually speaking, identity plays a factor in showing some sort of even hostility towards the EU. Media is becoming more and more digital, and without the proper skills, there is a high risk of disinformation. And also, I want to link this to the fact that the existence of strong pro-European tendencies in the lack of sufficient information about the EU is a recipe for, disinformation. Because you can have positive ideas about the EU that are not based on real information, so disinformation can play a role in changing your mind. So we need to be careful about these things. So what I did here to make it easier for everyone. Oh no. Please go back. Yes. So I did a chart. We have a lot of common recommendations by national teams. So I did some kind of categories of recommendations. They're not precisely formulated in this way, but I tried to find a formulation that could fit more than one national recommendation list. As you can see, some of the recommendations are very common, some are less common. So I will start with the first one. Giving more visibility for EU values and debating them. So we see this in Belgium and Estonia, but in different ways. For example, in Estonia, where identity debates are used to discredit the EU and to create fear, so maybe they should be debated in a way that is more transparent and open to, in a way, counterbalance the way they are instrumentalized by Eurosceptic forces. In Belgium, we felt that there was a need to give more visibility to EU values to counter some of the critique of the EU. For example, that migration is being framed as a security threat, worries about human rights issues. So one of the things that seems to be relevant, that the role of values should be debated. Transparency was also an issue. Transparency in the way the EU functions, transparency in the way certain media outlets are funded. So the issue of transparency was raised at least by the Portuguese team and the Belgian team. The third recommendation that is almost present in every report is engaging society in debates on EU benefits, common goals, national interests. So in a way, some seem suggested, like if you engage European constituency in EU matters, that could lower resistance to EU policy, that all the time you have to highlight the benefits, the common goals, and then how national interests are served by EU membership. So this was a very popular recommendation. Media literacy for the public and or the media. Some teams focus on the public, some teams focus on the public and the media. So also we have to be working with journalists. To continue on this point, some teams also suggested that what we see in most countries is when the EU is debated or covered, the coverage is also always from a national perspective. And what needs to be done is to foster coverage that is done from a European, pan-European perspective. So instead of focusing on what we are going to gain or lose, to encourage journalists to cover EU matters from European perspective. Combat disinformation is something that was almost in all teams. Another recommendation that we saw is improve communication strategies. And sometimes communication strategies must be tailored to specific contexts. For example, in Belgium, this was one of the things that you have to take into consideration the different needs. Improved communication strategies also means reaching out in a better way to audiences. Increased cooperation between EU and national institutions. This came in the Estonian report. It focused more on disinformation, but it was touched upon other teams, even without clearly saying this, that we need more cooperation. Now, the EU needs to push for institutional and legal reforms at the national level. It was mentioned by Georgia, but again, some recommendations, even though they are not specifically mentioned, but you can infer them from the report itself, that in some context, what needs to be done is to fight more for the independence of the media, freedom of the media. And even when I was here listening to the Hungarian presentation, also maybe something beyond that, or the law on national agent, so it's to expand it even more. Another recommendation that we saw is support and collaboration with local independent media and or civil society. This was the case of in Georgia and Hungary. So these are more or less the categories that we identified that were common more or less to all reports. Now, even if they were not mentioned specifically, they could be. There are two specific recommendations that came out that that were very specific. In the Hungarian case, like removing certain sanctions and to limit the mobility of students and academics, I think the Hungarian team already talked about the fact that some sanctions, if they don't target the government, but could have influence on the population in its entirety, could be counterproductive. I just want to go back to the previous panel, I think some of us, when we did the interviews, specifically on the Hungarian and Polish sanctions, even, for example, in Spain, where some left-wing politicians who fully supported the EU also had a similar approach, that this could be counterproductive, you should think of other ways. And in the case of Spain, there was more specific, recommendation that, you should give more visibility to Spain's desire to become, to play a leading role. So this is a summary of more or less what we had in the recommendations. I'm open to comments, suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you very much. So let's start with the first round of reflections from our speakers. So, Jack, what do you think about, in general, the project results, and more specifically about these recommendations? So, is there some recommendations that are more important than others? Is there something missing there? So, what do you think? What are your reflections on that?
Yeah. Firstly, a huge thanks for inviting me to speak. I'm really honoured. And for anyone, your introduction was interesting. This kind of string of outlets for whom I work, because I tend to cover a lot of different issues, a lot of different places from Brussels, and a lot of different topics, which I'm very lucky and fortunate to do for a number of big media outlets. And what was really interesting for me from the overall MEDIATIZED EU project was to see exactly what the issues are in each of the different countries that was looked at. And it made me, just as a sort of overarching comment, it made me realize how little I know about some of the member states which I cover from Brussels as a Brussels-based journalist. So my work is pretty much always covering the EU institutions and NATO, or going to the member states to cover their EU affairs, so issues that are related to the European Union and the workings of the institutions. I think it was really interesting to me when I was reading through the summaries and the different recommendations. There was one bit that really stood out to me in the whole thing, which was from, I think it was in the Spanish recommendations, which said, a strong pro-EU sentiment doesn't always translate into a deep understanding of the EU. And I think that's such a key point in how, when we look at how media, especially in very sort of pocketed areas, or perhaps more broadly in different countries, works, you don't breed a sort of pro-EU sentiment necessarily by over-informing people and making sure they know everything. And that's kind of the job of journalists in Brussels a little bit. There were some other interesting parts I saw, which was about... so one of the things that I would maybe counter, I find it really intriguing that a lot of the recommendations, many of them suggested sort of dialogues with partners and sort of encourage journalists in getting civil society involved. Through a lot of my work, especially outside of the EU, predominantly which I've done in perhaps the Western Balkans and accession countries down there, the suggestion of sort of forced dialogue can be really delicate. While I agree it's really important from the recommendations, some of the civil society organizations and the journalists that engage with that sort of get scooped into an idea of the sort of pro-EU media, which can then, in my experience, sort of not divide, but it can become a little bit more complicated. I agree that it's really important, but it's really fundamental that it's done right. When it comes to there was some suggestions about how the EU coordinates and talks, especially within EU member states. I think, frankly, like institutionally, there's a big problem in Brussels with their understanding of how to communicate with their own member states. For instance, in the cabinets of the European commissioners, their comms advisor, so the person that deals with their comms, is almost exclusively from their member state. I think exclusively right now. So that means as well that it sort of silos the topic. So, for instance, Ylva Johansson will speak a lot about home affairs, and that will be taken a lot in Sweden. So they will hear a lot about home affairs, and those issues will be there. But if her comms advisor is speaking in Swedish to Swedish people, then perhaps some of the topics don't get spread outside of Brussels, and that's actually an institutional issue here, I think, about how we look at that. There was one of the other things that sort of stood out to me when I was looking at the policy recommendations is that, especially when it comes to the case of Georgia, and you're looking at the foreign agents law, and even Hungary to a large extent, what's happening there, it's really difficult. It's actually like genuinely a power and a political issue, you know, rather than a sort of sense of the media and how we're tracking that. Like, I sort of, as a journalist, when I read that stuff, I'm like, hang on, like, I can't do more than this anymore, you know. And so I think those things, the idea of sanctions or pressing for different things becomes a scope of politics rather than media, although obviously, like, we're talking about the mediatization of, you know, of the press. I've got loads of other thoughts, but I feel like I'm already banging on a bit, so I'll shut up there.
Thank you very much, Jack. So, Samuel, what do you think about this recommendation? What is your reflection on this?
Okay, so thanks. So in the recommendations, there was a visibility to the EU engaging with people, media literacy, transparency, improving communication strategies. And well, I think first, I was talking to Lika before as well about it, like first there's a whole question about what are the root causes of pro-Europeanization or non-pro sentiment, right? So it is, even though I think all of us have spent a lot of time doing this research, it's still difficult to really know with certainty what is it that provokes one or the other when cross-comparing between different countries. So I think in terms of recommendations, I think even though it's a massive piece of research, I think there's still more that can be done in terms of looking at what are the differences and looking in more detail, maybe even sociologically in each country and trying to understand and cross-compare. That said, I think tailor-made recommendations, something we also mentioned before, is a very, very important component. Tailor-made recommendations, meaning tailor-made media, is extremely important. I mean, we find in the Belgian case, but also in many of the other countries, we find people from different groupings, as mentioned before, with different needs and who might be consuming different media environments, increasingly so, less and less traditional media, more and more new social media, and as a result, the media sphere becomes sometimes more polarized, but definitely more atomized. That also means that the response has to follow suit. I think that's quite important, and that's what meant by tailor-made. That means a certain age group, a certain gender, a certain, you know, rural, urban, sad to say, even sometimes, you know, different background, socioeconomic, whatever it may be. I mean, I'm not saying this because it's a good thing to differentiate between people. One should be blind toward this in terms of judgment and morals, but in terms of responding to this information and responding to your sentiment of Europeanization, I think that's really, really needed. The good news is that it's totally doable, right? So like all our social medias are doing that continuously. So maybe it's also a good idea to pick up some of those skills that are being used by, you know, large tech companies, and also trying to do it when trying to provide, you know, informative educational material and so forth. So tailor-made, I think, is a very, very important one. That means it has to be data-driven as well. So as much data as possible, and I think we have a big trove of data here, so that can really help the Commission in trying to tailor-make that better. Then another thing is, what also we noticed is that there is a bit of a global-local phenomenon divide. A lot of the people that are, you know, a bit Eurosceptic or have issues with some of the topics, and whether it's LGBTIQ or other things, they also often fall into a category of kind of feeling that they're not represented, you know, that globalization has cheated them somehow, that they are out of the loop, that they're not part of decision making and so forth. So I think that's where the recommendation of engaging with people is so important. And the question is, how do you engage with people? That's not so easy, and we haven't gone into that much detail about it, but I think something important to maybe also follow up on with this research is looking at citizens' assemblies, right? There's a wave of that happening, and that is something which can also be an interesting follow-up to merge with our project if we want to be innovative about that. I think on the positive side, I was really honestly totally surprised by the amount of countries that have more trust in EU institutions over local national institutions. It's incredible, I found. I would never have guessed it. And so I see that as a very, very positive thing. And I think that's very important as a recommendation that the European Commission and other media partners and whatnot are aware of this, to also utilize the positive aspect of our research. So that means maybe also understanding even better why that sentiment exists. Up until now, we've done quantitative study on that difference. It might be good to dig into it sociologically and understand why is it that they trust. I think in some cases the reason is, sad to say, maybe lack of knowledge. It could be. It could be. It could also be many other things. It can also be, for example, like like this is you know, they might have seen more images or pictures or engaged more with local people that they don't like or have an issue with, and there's some facelessness on the EU, so they have more trust. I don't know. That's difficult to say, but it's up for discussion. I think that discussion is worth having. Then maybe just like a really, really straightforward, practical recommendation point is like, what is the percentage of the budget spent on agriculture and cohesion funds in the EU? It's just massive, right? It's like 60, 70%. And you know, like just like a fraction of that money spent on public awareness and communication about the benefits of cohesion fund would also be good, but also about all of our recommendations and the research we've done would do an enormous effort. So yeah, so recommendation is EU has to make far more budget available for direct engagement with citizens.
Sure, please.
I don't necessarily agree that, at least in some contexts, that we don't know the reason why the European constituency supports the EU, even though they are not very much informed. If you take the case of Spain, there's a lot of research on that, because during the transition period, Europe was debated as an idea. Modernity, democracy. So, for example, our own colleague, Carlos Lopez, he published a lot of articles specifically on this point. Europe as a, you know, kind of mythical, you know, entity, which prevented a detailed debate about Europeanization, what it entailed for sovereignty, what entailed for, you know, division of power. So it was discussed in this abstract sense that it's a good thing for Spain. It's because we're gonna benefit from democracy and modernization. So that explains why the Spanish public have this very, very positive perception of the EU without going into small. So I do not necessarily agree. We don't know exactly why. But having said that, it doesn't mean things cannot change. And we saw that during the Eurozone crisis, suddenly the support dropped. It was still high, but dropped. So, and that is the danger, that you cannot rely on this kind of pro-European sentiment, because with the you know, rise of disinformation, things could change at some point. Another point that I wanted also to mention in relation to like how the EU can communicate or outreach more. So just give you one example. We were supposed to do dissemination events in the context of the project. So one of the groups that we worked with, our own students, and I'm talking about students who study international relations with law, with economics, with journalism. we, kind of talked about the research, the results. And one of the two things that came up very strongly, one, for example, and we're talking about university students very much engaged, that they don't know much about European elections. Basic stuff. This can easily be, I assume, you can hire someone to put a plan to think how university students studying not chemical engineering, studying international relations, can know more. So there are things that are tangible. It's not like we're talking in the abstract sense. And also, one thing that they also emphasize, that they feel that they are irrelevant, that their own influence in the European project is completely marginal, that we don't really have an impact. This is something that is, I think, worrying and should be, addressed by the EU. And again, one thing that also I think we should think, if we want to foster constructive debates about the EU, I fully agree with the comments. It's not the role of the EU, it's not anyone's role to foster a specific position vis-a-vis the EU. It's people are free to decide what kind of political positions they want to have. I mean, what it is important is to make sure that the media is well equipped and elites to have an open debate, transparent, and people can make their own conclusions. Now, part of this is that people need to be informed about what the EU is doing. It cannot be that students think that if you ask what is the EU done for you, you know what the most striking answer? What do they know about the EU? That the roaming fees are that's what people. So, so in a way, I don't think our role should be forced. Of course, we're all support the EU as a project because we see the value of the EU. But the call is to have open debates in society so EU issues could be debated with transparency based on real knowledge, not some kind of abstract ideas or disinformation. So that's, I think, it's not something that is unrealistic to think about ways to do that. And I think, and maybe I'm not from the media, but maybe experts here in media and communication, that a lot of research suggests that the problem with covering the EU is precisely that most of the media reproduces what comes from the EU. There's no real debate. So whatever the commissioner says or the officials, there's no real debate. It's kind of cut and paste. Even, I don't know if, Gracia, you remember, when you were analyzing the part on the media on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I mean, you can literally see the same kind of language in all the newspapers. So someone took cut and paste from what is coming from the EU and put it in the newspapers. That by itself doesn't foster debates about the EU. There's no position of the media. It's more like just, I'm the messenger. I'm sending you the message. That's also not helpful. That's why maybe we should be working also on journalists and say, you have to do the same things you do when you report on national issues. So those basically the initial points I wanted to mention in relation to your intervention.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Before going on with my questions, let me stress the last point. I fully agree with you. This was one of the main results of a previous research I did. And this is especially true concerning the European Commission. So the European Commission makes a lot of effort to speak with just one voice. And they have a lot of policies that are there to make sure that there are no, how to say, that conflicts. There are always conflicts. Every time you have to take a decision, there are people disagreeing, there are different interests, conflicting interests, etc. So the European Commission makes a huge deal of effort in order to make sure that conflicts don't emerge. And this makes the work of journalists, Jack, tell me if it is true or not, more difficult, because at the end of the day you are, how to say, you are telling a story which is too much monolithic and does not have all the elements that make our national politics much more interesting. So since Berlusconi is not there, I'm getting bored because Berlusconi was making our politics more interesting. Why that? Because there was conflict. Because so the European Commission acts exactly in the opposite manner. So I think this for sure is one of the main issues. So, but let me say something else on our recommendations. And then I would like to get your view also on these aspects. But I'm also asking you, so Jack, the point is, if I look at our recommendations, there are 3 recommendations that are more dominant than others, meaning that they are, how to say, stated by most of the team members, the national team. And these are engaging civil society in the decision-making process, fostering media literacy programs and EU literacy programs, so the knowledge of the EU workings among the population and to combat disinformation. So my impression is that the European institutions are already doing so since years ago. So engaging civil society, the white papers, the national representative in member states, media literacy, they do a lot. Combat disinformation is a major issue since 2016 on. So considering that these are problems that are already addressed by this, so what are the obstacles? What are, or if we want to frame it in a more positive manner, what do you have examples of best practice? Do you have ideas on how these kind of issues could be best addressed? This is for Jack, and later on for the other speakers.
It's a tough question. That it's a really tough question, and my answers will probably be a little bit more anecdotal than researched in some senses, just from sort of experience. Is this working? No. Okay. Yeah, so I've got a super loud voice, so I normally go over the microphones anyway. I just want to pick up on a couple of things that have already been said, if you don't mind. I totally agree with you, Sonia, about the pump out of when I first arrived in Brussels. I remember being like, oh my God, how am I ever going to digest all of this? And just had to sort of consume it. I was so confused by it that I just would often repeat what was being given to me. Everyone else is following this bloody thing. Let's go to that press conference. Let's go to that press conference. Everyone I knew was going to that press conference. So this is a Brussels-based journalist getting to know how that works. And now I spend much of my time in the different media organizations that I work in, railing against our jump to the agendas of these meetings or events. Right, there's a press conference there, we've all got to go. Hang on, why do we have to go? Why do we have to go to this? What is our job in going there? They're great at like drip feeding us stuff that we just sort of kick out, which often means, and what I find is that it often means that it dilutes perhaps a more positive message. And you mentioned like the roaming charges, like every single person. That's some of the, like most of us journalists got big hits on whatever we kicked out on that because people cared most about it. It was a big thing. And the single charger stuff, because it affected everyone around the world. And these are good stories, basically. They are positive stories that make the lives of EU citizens easier. Whereas trying to explain common agricultural policy and how cohesion funds are divided in other ways can be kind of, even the best journalists, which I definitely don't think I am, it's really hard to make that digestible to people. So I think there's some idea about, when we talk about media literacy, I'm not always convinced. I think it's, the thing is media literacy is like, right, okay, so we're going to teach people in Spanish regions or in, you know, Slovakian regions how to digest EU policy reporting. It doesn't, to me, that just seems like a really tall order. And I don't really know how to do it. What I definitely think is the most important thing. So I'm a bit on my high horse, I think, here, and I apologize if that's how I'm coming across. But I meet many journalists that come to Brussels, especially from the member states, and they arrive here with next to no understanding of how these institutions work. Some of them prominent names on massive newspapers and television channels that come. We saw it, for instance, I was talking about this earlier with the Qatargate story. Greek and Italian journalists piled into Brussels, and I met an Italian reporter from a big newspaper outside the commission. He was like, "How do I get into the parliament? Like, where am I?" And I was like, "Not here, mate. You know what I mean? Like, over the road." And this is true. Like, and so these are people in our member state media. So I would encourage a broader an investment or an understanding of actually trying to talk to them to get the member state. Basically, what they do, the news desks in member states, according to me, this is again anecdotal, but I write for the Irish press sometimes, for the British press, obviously, who got pretty well educated through Brexit, right? And that was about how media topics play out. But they see people like me or their Brussels correspondent as the sole job in like translating EU policy into their outlets, rather than an overarching education of how the institutions and policy works here. And so my again, anecdotal takeaway, but also I think it comes through when I was reading the policy recommendations, is that actually there needs to be a much clearer understanding in the capitals of Europe of how it all works here. I don't know if that answered your question at all, but that was what I was talking about.
Thank you. Samuel, do you have some ideas on what are the main obstacles in trying to tackle these problems? And do you have examples of best practice or what? Please.
So maybe the first obstacle that I was thinking about while I was listening to Jack is the fact on this common agricultural policy you mentioned correctly, is this really interesting stuff, but then like one innately has to think, okay, there's a protest here in Schumann. All the agriculture, like the farmers have their tractors out, spraying the milk on the commission. I'm a journalist and I can choose, right? I can choose like, am I gonna write headline, milk pissing over the commission and get a lot of sales? Or am I gonna say farmers upset about this? I can be a bit sensational as well, but I also explain what the common agricultural policy is. And I say like this, it's 40% of the budget. It goes to all the farmers in France. So all of a sudden you start seeing the difference in, that's a journalistic choice. It's an editorial choice. Am I just selling all the newspapers, or am I trying to give information as well? I don't have the answer for that, but the solution lay in that as well. It really does, in that detail. And so then it becomes obviously a question of how much information versus how much sensationalism you're going to have in a piece of news. At the end of the day, can you regulate that? I don't know. Should you regulate that? That's a question for democracies. But I think in some ways the Digital Services Act is entering that territory. Not exactly with how informative or sensational you're going to be, but it is entering that territory in terms of what are we going to be saying in the public sphere from a journalistic or content producing point of view. I don't know if that reflection, I think, is at the core of some of this.
Can I come in on that?
Yeah, sure.
Because this is something like literally last week I was in a massive training explicitly on angles and digital media. One of the things I sort of definitely one of the things that we are expected to do, especially video journalists, is reporter-led vertical video, right? So a reel on Instagram or TikTok, and without question, this is the highest, the most influential work I do, if that makes sense. Gets viewed the most, seen the most. And I mean, this is also sort of blended in with this idea of how do you do it, because you can have lovely discussions with people in countries pro-EU things, but you can hit 60,000 people in 10 minutes with an Instagram reel, right? Whatever that means. And on these things, there's two good ways to really get these reels viewed, basically, and to be, whether we like it or not, preferred by the algorithm. And as journalists now, we're working for the algorithm. That's true. Like, we can't help, like, I don't want this to be like that, but it is like that, and it's across the board. And one of the main things for creating a good reel, which is how many people are creating are consuming news right now, like so much of it comes from these reels, is the angle which you choose on a story. So exactly that, like milk. There is no question, if you're doing milk on the commission, that video-wise you are going to say, here's, like, I'm stood here, the farmers of the Dutch farmers are spraying milk on the commission. It's just it's a no-brainer for how you create that. So that is your route in. No video editor is going to get over that. And then this is talking about video, I understand, and not other things, but it is a hugely influential part of our media at the moment. And
can I ask how much information do you put in where you start losing viewers?
Yeah, but this is it. So the other thing is that these videos that we have to do are like 15 seconds. You've got your punch. That's it. And if people are going to watch it much longer, it's crazy to me, right? I was trained and have worked for many years to craft beautiful pieces of horizontal TV, and now we're chasing this stuff. It's just it's true though, and there's nothing we can do about it. And when I was in a massive a thing a bit like this, but specifically on how we do this, and quite a senior political editor who does these fantastically was like, but I need to put my sources into this story. I need to source this story. And everyone's like, well, do you? You know what I mean? And this is professional journalists from big organizations. So there is a huge problem with a sway towards what is expected content from us now. That is just, like, it's really, I agree with you. Like, setups, context, all of this is falling away in the age of vertical digital media, which is like complicated and will shift how we engage these things because it hits more. Anyway, sorry, I'm banging on again.
So I guess just to add one thing. So logically speaking, but correct me if I'm wrong, that means that either media literacy and education goes very fast, or you regulate. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Ah.
But I think media literacy is not about educating people. It's not only about it's about educating the public how to identify that certain images that they see, videos, should be kind of, we should be suspicious of them. So in a way that you have all these, you're equipped to identify messages that fall under the category of disinformation or misinformation. It's not about, a lesson about how the EU, functions and institutions. It's more about being, smart in the way you consume media, reporting. And I think this is crucial. But how can you regulate? I mean, it's a democracy. You cannot, we have to be careful with the idea of regulating the media in any, Tanya, I see you like.
I know I have actually quite a complex multi-level question related to what you're just talking about.
Yeah, so the media literacy, I see it more like, how do we make sure that people are aware of the content they're consuming and show some kind of critical approach to what they are consuming? Okay, they're bringing down.
Yes, please. Let's open the floor to the audience questions or intervention. Let's start with Tanya, and I hope there will be other questions or intervention after that.
I hope so. I'm going to use my position as a project coordinator to ask some. But I think we're kind of reached a place in the discussion where I think, like, you know, this is where the dog is buried, as they say. Like, this is the point, right? When we just say, oh, let's just make some policy recommendations, but like we're cognizant that first of all, there's already a lot of policies that are being enacted, but secondly, that there are different policy priorities that are competing with each other, even within the EU, right? And I mean, we've had this debate even within the project in terms of, you know, what's good policy. But even if we just look at this broad area of regulating the media on the one hand, but also, you know, how people learn more about the EU and how the European project is promoted or fact-checked or whatever, how to avoid political polarization. So we have several competing interests within the EU policymaking field. So we have the field of, you know, economic competitiveness and in like pro-investment, like the famous Draghi report, which just came out, recommends, you know, we should attract more investment, including investment from digital media companies and social media platforms, right? So that's very much a policy direction aimed at developing market economies and making the EU a competitive place to invest, to bring your business to. That's one direction. At the same time, we are also now having kind of a securitization of the policy debate where, you know, all the security hawks are saying, no, we should make sure that all the policies aimed at the political sphere, the media sphere, are driven by security considerations, cybersecurity, national security, geopolitical implications. So that should be at the heart. And at the same time, we also have human rights advocates and you know, people in the domain of media freedom, information freedom, who are also saying, no, policy around how we communicate about the European project and how we regulate the media should be based on human rights ideas and values and freedoms. And all of that is somehow supposed to happen at the same time. So my question is, how do we balance all this within, you know, how we make recommendations? And you know, how does that change when, for instance, the EU is facing an existential crisis like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is a crisis for the EU on multiple levels? You know, that's the big €1 million question, I guess, right? So that's, you know, I don't know if you want to try to answer that.
Get the wrong one. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, we had these debates. I'm someone who works in international human rights law, so I'm always saying, you know, if the EU wants to be a normative power, as it like the guiding principle, the top of hierarchy should be freedom of speech. Now that doesn't mean, that's my opinion. It doesn't mean that security considerations should not be taken, you know, into account. But for me, security consideration can never justify what could be perceived as unnecessary limits on freedom of speech. So and then the economic factor, that's even more, you know, how do you deal with this, an economic interest? And look what he's saying, for example, in terms of what is more selling more now, I don't know. It's a very complicated. But I think sometimes these kinds of debates, I think it's also make us miss the point that there's so many things that we can do for now without having to solve all these tensions and tackle all these big questions. That certain things could be done without us having to give answers right now that are not being done. Small thing, not necessarily targeting the media. For example, more activity like the conference on the future of Europe that involved a lot of university students. These kinds of things could help in making the EU more accessible. Like not only focusing on the media, other things that needs to be done. For example, when we did the media analysis, there was a TV program, I think it was sponsored by the European Parliament. It's called Europe with the year, like 2021, Europe 2000. It's a TV program that focuses exclusively on European affairs. And it was very informative. I mean, the best material we got in terms of understanding what goes behind the scenes was from this program. But the question is it efficient? Because the hour of the program, who watches? I doubt that people go and watch a program called Europe 2022. So the content was very good, but the challenging part, how we encourage the regular news, report to have something similar without having half an hour on the EU, but this kind of reporting that could be very informative. So what I'm trying to say, it's very hard to answer your question. I'm not equipped to answer it. It's too complicated, but that should not distract us from looking at other things that could be done in the meanwhile and ignore them just because we have to deal with the big questions.
And I think to some extent, some of these questions are already being answered, right? I mean, even if we look at the Digital Services Act, it's faced a lot of criticism with, rightly so, for things it maybe didn't do really well or didn't do enough of. But I do think that if we don't just think about censorship as the other side of freedom and human rights, but if we also think about, for instance, about responsibility and accountability, right? Maybe we don't seek to censor platforms, but we do seek to hold the platforms more accountable for how transparent they are about how the algorithms work. If we knew how the algorithms worked, first of all, we would be able to slightly better regulate the algorithms so that they didn't violate human rights and didn't expose people to blatant disinformation and misinformation. But also then, if we knew how the algorithms worked, we could also make better 15-second videos. But also we know, and this is my media head on, that even though people do tend to, especially younger people, tend to watch more short-form content, if something is really interesting and engaging, they will commit. And they will watch like a series, or, if you serialize the 15 or 30-second videos, people will actually watch more than one thing if they're interested in the subject matter and in how it's delivered.
That's the job. That's exactly the job, and that's what we're all trying to work out. How do we make sure that these things are so engaging that we grab an audience? And this is actually, sorry if I'm jumping in here a little bit,
No,
but,
please.
but this is actually one of the biggest thing with Brussels journalism, according to me, is day one of my postgrad in broadcast journalism, sat in London, the first thing that anyone ever says to you is, who is your audience? You have to know what your audience is when you're writing or putting whatever it is together. And reporting on the European Union is, from Brussels, very difficult to know who your audience is. Is it a 19-year-old guy studying European politics in Prague, or is it an EU official sat in the Berlaymont? And when you look at the media outlets that have a lot of power here in this city, especially the ones that are super EU policy focused, I mean, they've got an audience in this town of probably maximum 100,000 people, right? Like, and then the member states. This is really difficult business models, is why you see tons of content either sponsored or backed by the institutions themselves, or with corporate sponsors, which massively reduces trust, I think. And then who are we trying to talk to? So then I put together a report. I hear this so regularly. Someone from an EU member state will say, I saw your piece on this, and then I did it in my country related to EU policy and how it affected them. And that's the good hit, right? That's kind of what we want. But that, bizarrely, I mean, it's good. It's oh, lovely, you follow my things, nice. And then they use it. But it basically means that the reporting that I did is actually sort of second-hand hitting people, but not actually having a big lot of spread. And it's a really, really big issue. There's just one other thing, that you talked about, the conference on the future of Europe. This was such a weird one, as we were following this, and the Commission was ramming it down our throats. Basically, it was the hardest story to get anyone interested in. I don't really know what it's just it is good. I went to one of them, and it was broadly pro-EU kids already studying European politics and stuff, not people that are massively in need. I don't have the answer. I always would like to think that I put sort of a human rights angle in the center of my reporting, but that's perhaps sometimes vanity as well, in a bizarre way, to try and make me feel, it's I don't know how we do it. Your question is the one that needs answering, basically, but yeah.
Just 1 second. I have first Samuel who wants to react on the Digital Services Act, and then I give
Yeah, I just wonder, because I very briefly before I said a little bit provocatively that either you have media literacy and education or you have regulation, but I'd like to maybe just explain that so that it doesn't just come across as a glib kind of comment. I just meant, if we take as a premise what Jack said, and this is up for debate, but if we take as a premise that sensational content and disinformation and the algorithmic nature, especially of social media, is geared towards sensational material, which is the lowest common denominator in both time and quality, unfortunately, then I think I cannot think of any other possibility, if you really want to hit back at that, either regulating or very fast improving media literacy and education, or, and that's the interesting part about the Digital Services Act, or rendering the algorithms transparent. But if you render the algorithm transparent on Facebook, the likelihood is simply to show that 95% of their revenues come from ads. And how do you sell an ad? You make the ad for shoes, and on top of that, you put Karen's post about her friend's big breasts, and Bob's post about the fire truck and the people who died. No, but that's just what people on Facebook would stop at statistically, and then they will just look at the shoes and click them. So the odds are higher for their ad. So if they render them transparent, if they come across to doing that, then their model will die. So they won't do it. And so that's a problem, right? I think with Facebook at least. It's not the same with every single social media. So that, I think that's important. And then how to render Digital Services Act more democratic? Well, you could just make them very inclusive. Like, instead of just having, whoever it is, Thierry Breton and a bunch of other people doing it, who are of course democratically elected and whatnot, you could add a lot of civil society who rotate on the board. You could have a citizens assembly who rotates on the board. All of that, well communicated, would render it more legitimate, I think.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for interesting interventions. I just can't help not to comment on what you were discussing regarding journalists' roles in terms of discussing essential aspects of Europeanization in this case. But what I wanted to stress is the general nature of this problem. When I started my research career during my PhD, I thought I had such a great finding out that I was analyzing Georgian print media, and suddenly I found out that the topic that I was looking at, it's always journalists talking about some blame games, having some negative references, showing conflict, and never really discussing essential aspects of the topic, whatever the topic is. So I thought this was great finding. And then years passed, I did similar research on other types of topics, on nationalism, Europeanization, covering ultranationalist groups. So media outlets changed, times changed, but this problem apparently persists all the time. So whatever type of media study you do, this is the finding you come to. And listening to this conversation now, I also had this, I always have this question, but now I really want to voice it. Do journalists themselves understand their roles in terms of maintaining or contributing to healthy communication space, which is one of the major aspects for democracy to work, right? Because what we're seeing now globally is a big democratic decline to which unhealthy communication space is contributing a lot, right? So sometimes I really think, of course we all understand how important it is that you have big audience, you reach a lot of people, but is this, is 60,000 views of a reels more important than understanding perception of the role journalist plays in this whole process, right? So I would rather frame this not a comment, but more like a question. Yeah. Is there any kind of discussions within journalistic profession, I don't know, at EU level or at member state level? Do journalists actually discuss what role do they play in the democratic process in terms of maintaining a healthy communication space?
So I do regularly as much as I can, and why I'm honoured to be here as well. But I really agree with you. It's really tough. There's multiple pressures, right? There's no point in us publishing things if they are going to go completely unread and they're not digestible and they're not part of that discussion. I think people here in Brussels do have those discussions. I have those discussions with people. There's a difficulty in, again, it's like the spread. When you look at the differences in the recommendations here, you see really, listen, Ireland and Hungary are two very different media landscapes, right? So you get a Hungarian journalist, what they are facing. I've got some Hungarian friends lots from different countries who face a very different reality and how their stories are picked up. I've got a bit of an anecdote on this, which is similar to what you said. A few years ago, I went to Albania to interview Edi Rama about accession, the prime minister there. I interviewed him in his summer house down on the Albanian coast, and he came out. And fair play to him, he was on his summer holiday and he let me interview him in like shorts and a t-shirt. And I was in like a suit, sweating. And I posted a picture on my Twitter saying, like, coming up, I'll do an interview with Edi Rama. This is anecdotal. And I'm there in like a suit, sweating through it. I look horrible. He looks like he's on summer holiday. And the Albanian press, I've never experienced anything like this. Jack Parrock, Brussels journalist, says that Edi Rama is a fat slob who doesn't put on shoes to do an interview with him. Edi Rama, and then the other media there are like, Edi Rama, like Jack Parrock thinks he's super cool thing, like having just a chill reaction. I just said, like, interview coming up. I think I wrote like not my normal type of political interview down at the summer house with a prime minister in shorts and a t-shirt, but made no comment about what it was. And this, though, comes to media literacy in those countries, is almost completely uninteresting. And what he said in that interview related to Albanian accession to the EU was really significant and important at that time, but completely wiped out by my misunderstanding of how my post about what he was wearing would be perceived and amplified in that country. It was a big lesson for me, to be honest, and maybe I was a bit naive, but sorry, that was a bit of a sideline anecdote. But when you were talking about the Georgian press, like, just vacuous, just reams and reams of vacuous articles in their press. But people here do talk about it, but the things that everybody's confronting are different, and our job is also, the national journalists have to speak to their national audiences. It comes back to audience. Who the bloody hell is my audience sometimes? I thoroughly enjoy writing when I'm writing for one paper in one country, because I'm like, okay, I know what I need to say to them, you know what I mean? Whereas when a lot of the big powerhouse media organizations in Brussels have something of a nebulous audience, and I think that's a big problem. I think the discussions do happen, but maybe not enough.
Thank you very much. We have another question here. Very much. Thank you very much. I think we have the last few minutes, so I don't know if there are other quick questions from the audience, or if the speakers want to say a few final words. Questions from the audience? Anything you want to say to complete what we said?
I think it's really interesting what you said about this thing, and this is like the eternal issue. This migration bus thing is massive. Removing the politics of it in a weird way, it's a great story, right? Hungary's going to send the bus, Belgium's going to send it back. What's going on? It's a really great story, but it actually has. It's sort of weirdly in the story of migration. It's probably 40 people maximum crossing the borders. It's actually not a discussion about EU migration. It's not, and this is the headline grabbing stuff that the Hungarian Prime Minister is like spectacular at doing. We can't argue that. He's brilliant at creating these headlines that all of the press cannot help but bite, and it does obscure the discussions about what is EU policy migration, on migration, what are we dealing with this, like actually thousands of people losing their lives in the Mediterranean, and how are we dealing with that? That's the story, but the sort of good headline comes from the bus. And then also the second discussion about Schengen policy. And what happens is, if you're in Hungary or France, you just read the bus story. You know, and that is a real problem, I think, as well, with trying to have these policy discussions. Again, no solutions provided here, I don't know.
Thank you very much. So I think now I can hand it over to Tanya for the final, for the closing remarks. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you very much.
I'll be very brief. So first of all, I would like to thank everyone in person and also those joining us online for sticking with us through such an intense day of us sharing the results of our research, which undoubtedly there's a lot of data, it's very complicated, but I think we've also tried to show the breadth and depth of everything we've learned and everything we have yet to learn, because having these stimulating debates and hearing from the different stakeholders involved in our research, the media, the non-profit sector, the academics, the politicians, has been really, really useful. One of the things that I would like to come back to is, I think during the first panel somewhere, somebody asked us, well, you're just talking here about all these media discourses, but they're just discourses, they're just discussions. But I think everything we've talked about today and everything we learned shows that media discourses are actually incredibly powerful, and they have the power to shape not just how we think about the European project, or how we think about how effective or powerful the EU is, but it also has the power to shape the future of the EU in the heads of all of the different groups we've talked about, but also kind of, what it's actually going to be like and how it's going to work. So I think this is also to say that I do think our results have really important value, and we hope that they can make an important contribution to shaping some of the policies that have already been made, that are being made, but also, to not just shape the policies, but also shape the practices of the media who are covering European affairs, both in Brussels, but also for national audiences. The practices of the political elites who are, speaking to the media every day and choosing their words carefully, or sometimes manipulating public opinion because they know that that's going to be in their favor. But also the practices of those of us who are tasked with educating our students or educating citizens about the EU. So I think there is a lot of value here to not just focusing on policies, but also to focus on what can we actually do to make sure that, we are very clear about the threats to the European project, but also the opportunities for how we can talk about it more and talk about what it really means, but also not forget that it isn't just one story we're telling, that the European project and the EU is not the same thing to everybody. It's different things to different people in different countries. It's shaped by national histories, by local contexts, by the threat of authoritarianism in some states, and by democratic or economic transformation in others. So I think the complexity here is part of the story, and it would be wrong to say things are very simple. Here's 3 slides, right, on how this is, why this is, and how it's going to work. Yes, we had a few more slides than 3, And we hope that you weren't put off by how much information and data we threw at you today. But this is also to say that, you know, we are going to be producing more reports and even an edited volume on our findings, but we're going to try to present this complexity in a slightly more coherent story. I don't know if we'll manage to put it into a 15-second TikTok video, but maybe we'll work with Jack to produce a series of 15-second videos to see if we can make that happen. But again, just to say thank you to all of you, and again to thank all of our wonderful research team members from our 7 countries, and also again to thank the European Commission and the Horizon Project for all the support that they've provided to us over these past 4 years, and also to thank Press Club Brussels for their hospitality, for bearing with us through the day. I hope that you're interested in what we were here to tell you, and I hope you will come back to our website and our social media channels to learn more. So MEDIATIZED.eu, very easy to remember. Stay tuned. We hope to have more updates for you. Thank you all.